All right, good afternoon, everyone. The time is 5:32 p.m. It is Tuesday, September 2nd, and I'm going to call this special city council meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Heiser,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney,
Here.
Tobias.
Present.
All right, all members are present. We have a quorum. Next up is citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have 3 registered to speak. First up, Warden Kirkpatrick.
Good evening. I have just 2 things to speak to the council about. First of all, Cool Springs Division and the Woodlands. There seems to be a lack of police presence there. And so this emboldens people to do things that are against the law and dangerous, like children driving vehicles through the community, especially in the dusk part of the evening and in the evening. So I wanted to bring that forward to the council. The other thing is something that affects me almost every day is County Road 158. County Road 158 is heavily traveled. It's not striped. It's beginning to deteriorate. It has no shoulders, and it's very narrow. That's basically it. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. All right, next up is George Lilly.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, Honorable Council and fellow citizens. In 1963, Texas Local Government Code established the extraterrestrial jurisdiction, ETJ, which is not incorporated in the city. The legislation affords cities which are incorporated to have a 5-mile radius where they can regulate that area around their official boundaries, and requiring the citizens of the ETJ to be bound to the laws and the politicians of the city, while at the same time the ETJ citizens have no voting rights. In June of 1776, nearly 250 years ago, Americans put forth the Declaration of Independence in which they opposed taxation without representation. And today, in Texas, we're getting a taste of the reality of a form of taxation without representation, with the water rates being increased just for the ETJ, as I understand it, and if I'm in error, please correct me. And that is not including the residents of Kyle inside the borders of Kyle. So that seems to be inequitable. It seems to me it should be uniform. And there is an old saying, do unto others, you would have them do unto you. And in my estimate, the city council would not be doing this if it was to affect them as opposed to everybody. And I would like to see the problem resolved. I think that there are 2 problems, and that is that this is a bad law, number 1. 2, although the council is exercising their lawful authority, I think it's an abuse of their authority. For those who are interested and are listening, there is an organization called the Texas City Limit Coalition.org, which is trying to rectify the situation. In the meantime, my hope is that the do unto others might touch the hearts of the city council and lead them to do what's good and right and not necessarily what's expedient. And to put that in a little tighter context, if I understand correctly, the figure that's being bandied about as far as a percentage increase on the water bill is 70%, which would wipe out my 2026 Social Security increase entirely, and then some. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Our next up is Kenneth Rocha.
Good
Good evening, council. How are y'all? I'm going to speak about some city business. So I'm asking council to review the August 28, 2025 discussion on the Ethics Commission authority and jurisdiction, which during the meeting, the commission represented and stated their authority is limited to sections 2-171 through 2-182 of the Code of Ethics. They noted the Ethics Code is confusing and only specific violations like improper economic benefits fall within their scope, leaving other unethical actions outside of their purview. Respectfully, this view is too narrow and just outright wrong. The City of Kyle Code of Ethics, adopted under ordinance number 1279 and codified in Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 2, establishes a comprehensive framework for ethical governance. Section 2-271, Jurisdiction of Subdivision 7, Ethics Commission, clearly states that the commission has the authority to investigate and make findings on any alleged violation of this Code of Ethics or Article 12 of the city charter by any person subject to those provisions, including current city officers and employees, or any alleged violation by any person or subject to the provisions of Chapter 171 of the Texas Local Government Code. This language is unambiguous. The Commission's jurisdiction extends to any violation of the entire Code of Ethics, not solely the specific prohibitions in Section 271 or 171 through 2182. Sorry, it's a lot of code. The code begins with Subdivision 1, Declaration of Policy, which is 2-142 through 144, which sets forth enforceable standards, declaring its purpose. And the Texas courts have recognized in similar municipal court contexts where policy declarations are integral to defining enforceable standards. And I offer City of Dallas versus Hall. The truth is that the commission can address conduct that erodes public trust, creates an appearance of impropriety, or conflict with the city's interest, even if not explicitly tied to financial conflicts or the specific rules in sections 2171 through 182. I urge you to affirm their full jurisdiction to review any conduct eroding public trust and thereby ensuring accountability. You will hear later this evening about the City of Kyle's core values. And what perfect timing to set the correct example. Thank you for your service and for consideration of this clarification. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Those are the forms that I have. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? All right, seeing none, we're going to move to executive session. The City Council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda items 1A through H pursuant to Texas Government Code, sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. Thank you. All right, is everybody ready? I'm sorry for being a little late coming out of executive session. There was no action taken now. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. All right, we are adjourned. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:10 p.m. It is Tuesday, September the 2nd, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Joel,
Here.
Heiser,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney,
Here.
Tobias.
I'm present.
All right, 7 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to consider the approval of the minutes for City Council August 19, 2025 special and August 19, 2020 regular meetings, to also include the exhibits listed before 2025 and 18, 19.
Second.
All right, it's been motioned by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo that we approve agenda item number 1, the minutes. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Next up is citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have quite a few folks registered to speak, so I will be enforcing the 3-minute time limit, so please try to get all your comments in those 3 minutes. First up is Kenneth Rocha.
Good evening, council, mayor, and Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. So I would like to ask if we can move 33, 34, and 35 up, please. So I want to raise kind of a futuristic question. As you're voting on budget, that relies heavily on debt and keeps projects moving. Right now, I asked Kyle, debt service. The debt service consumes roughly 42% of every tax dollar we collect. That means nearly half of what residents pay in property taxes is not going to police, roads, or parks. It's going straight to debt. The legislator is moving forward with reforms that could cap local government debt services at no more than 10%, we're thinking, of property tax collections. If those reforms pass, and every sign suggests that they will, Kyle would immediately be flagged as out of compliance at maybe 42%. We're more than 4 times over that limit. So my question to council is, what is the plan? What happens when Kyle is prohibited from issuing any new debt until that ratio comes down? We will then reevaluate growth policies so that new development actually pays for itself instead of leaning on residents to shoulder the burden. We'll be forced to raise rates and fees even higher on homeowners just to cover what we've already borrowed. We need to think about the broader community impact. Is it realistic to assume that projects in this very budget could stall halfway through, causing taxpayers to still be paying higher bills, but without the benefits of completed infrastructure? So again, I ask, what is council's plan when these reforms pass? Hopefully there is a plan. And how will Kyle adapt? I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next up is Derek Ben.
Mayor and council, the water increase is the reason we stand this afternoon. I want to talk through that a little bit. If I understand this right, it's $218 average for Kyle now for water, $245 outside of the Kyle city limits, versus $128 in Austin and $169 in San Marcos. If that's not enough, 77% increase. Are you kidding? Is that a typo? For the city of, for Kyle, a 20% increase, that's a lot. 77%, that's ridiculous. And the hope would be that there would be some consideration about that. Is there a tariff on water? I hadn't heard that one. But 77%, dude, that's an incredible amount for an increase. 20% is big. Again, if most people had any type of service, you go up 20%, people are looking for options. but you can't look for other options when it's water. 77%. And there has to be a cost-benefit trade-off. I mean, are the services going up 77% too? Or is it simply just, hey, there's a way to get around the taxation piece, which says that we'll raise the water rate to actually increase the revenue? Listen, we love Kyle. We love the neighborhood, but it's Texas, not taxes. Kyle is the spot we wanted to finish our working careers and retire. But with the increases that keep coming, hey, these are real dollars. And I know you have the leadership in the front, you have folks that actually live here in the middle, and you got suits in the back. But for the folks in the middle that are actually paying these, 77%, that's hard to believe. So 77% for water, 30% for wastewater, that's another $100 a month on top of already being at the top of the expense with the neighboring communities. We have water, but at some point, and we're almost there, Kyle just won't be the place. Again, we're drinking from the same water fountain, the same water hose, but because we're on the other end down there, that it's 77% more. If that's the case, go ahead and annex Six Creeks so we can get a vote and take one of these seats. The thought is 77% is something we'd ask you to consider.
We are going to ask for decorum, allow for people to speak on their own, please. Thank you.
And if it is annexed, does it go down at that point? The thought is at some point we know it's going to be annexed. But 77%, I go back to those are real dollars. Is your water going up 77%? If that's the case, then let's have a talk, but 77% just seems outrageous. We'd ask you to reconsider that piece of it to come up with something that balances for the folks that are living there. We'd love to stay in Kyle, but as costs go up, it doesn't become the place that we all thought it was. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm sorry. Next up is, and I'm having a hard time reading this, but I think it's Lanny Borain. Yes, sorry, scribbled.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. I'm here. My name is Lakshmi Borkar, and I live in Kyle, Six Creeks community. And I'm here today as a resident and a parent of 2 young children, and also part of a single income household. And I want to speak up my voice and raise my concerns about the water increase in the bill. What I heard, from the fellow people, 77% is outrage, exactly what is described by my previous person who talked. But mainly the main concern I want to bring up here is the proposed increase in the water bills as a working family with one income. Every dollar in the household is like a budget concern at the moment. I understand we have the infrastructure needs, we have needs for rising costs, understand the increased direct impact of families. But the point is I want to make here is this will directly impact the families like mine, and who are already struggling to keep up the inflation, grocery, and mortgage and childcare, etc., with single paychecks. So, a small increase in the water bill can meet cutting back essentials, a lot of things we need to compromise on. So I was living in Austin before and moved here a few years back, and it's already I'm paying a couple of $100 more every month. And this means adding additional 77% definitely will cut my other priorities and other things that I would do, make sure and make some sacrifices, which is really sad. And last week, I was talking to one of my neighbor who moved, was doing an Airbnb kind of thing, and he went back to Austin, and he was telling he heard this news, and then he said he decided not to move back to our Kyle, which feels like where we're going. This is a beautiful city. We have seen it growing in last few years. It was really nice neighborhood with so many mixed people, retired folks, but the way it sounded like it's going kind of the other way around. I know we need to increase our infrastructures and other stuff, but at the same time, this is not at all acceptable with this increase that's going on. So I definitely recommend the council members to reconsider this, and I respectfully ask reconsider this decision and see if we can come up with an alternate solution for this. I know we understand as a city resident, this matters, but I definitely encourage come up with an alternate solution for this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Sean Mook. Oh, Sean Moore. Y'all got to write more legibly. I can't tell what that says. That's okay. Go ahead,
Evening,
Sean.
Mayor, Council. I'm here to speak on the bond that's been formed without the organizations here in Kyle, especially for veterans. I am here on behalf of the Department of Texas for AMVETS. I am the state quartermaster for AMVETS Department of Texas, and the state has recognized what's going on down here between the VFW and AMVETS as something that's to be commended and recognized across the state. The relationship hasn't always been great, but it is strong and well within the city. The wanted to let the city know that there are resources here at both AMVETS and at the VFW for citizens that are in need. And all they have to do is give us a call or stop by. That's all I had to talk about today. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right, next up is Stephen Cook.
To the mayor, city council, and citizens of Kyle, my name is Stephen Cook, and this is my battle buddy, Guppy. Currently serve as quartermaster of the Kyle Veterans of Foreign Wars. The Veterans of Foreign Wars has been around over 125 years. I'm also a proud member of AMVETS, Live Oak Masonic Lodge, and most recently CAS, Kyle Area Senior Center. 3 years ago, when I accepted the role as quartermaster, we requested assistance from VFW State Headquarters to conduct a full inspection of our post. Following their recommendations, we completed every required improvement. Nearly a year later, we proudly reopened. Since then, the Kyle VFW has grown into a stronger, more inclusive community hub. We have welcomed a new Girl Scout troop, bringing our total to 4 Scout troops. We've also dedicated a special room to our quilters to store their supplies and materials. Today, we proudly host several vital organizations: Combat Veterans Motorcycle Association, NA, Jewish Congregation, New Sigma Sigma Sorority, and United States Veteran Service Dogs. Kyle VFW proudly began the 9/11 and Memorial Day events right across the street from City Hall. We're also grateful to everyone who helped with Heroes Memorial. We also stand together with AMVETS Commander Chris Calkins and their auxiliary president, Barbara Colarusso. This bond between our organizations is strong and unbreakable. We stand with Live Oak Masonic Lodge Commander Alex Barragon, Kyle Area Senior Zone and their president, Betty Conley, Kyle Lions Club and their president, Nelia Barrar, and unforgettable family and friends, Cynthia Bentley. This past weekend, I was honored to receive a plaque on one of the park benches throughout the city of Kyle, recognizing Masons who have made a difference in this community. For this, I will be forever grateful. We have launched the Kyle VFW Community Closet, an initiative to provide clothing and essentials to those in need. Through that generosity and our partners, we received a grant to expand our operations. We also serve as a statewide hub for United States Veteran Service Dogs. To date, we have raised over $60,000 to unite veterans with service dogs. Tomorrow morning, I will attend a graduation with 3 of those veterans receiving their dogs. Moments that represent both healing and hope. On behalf of the VFW members, thank you to everyone that supported the telethon. We're grateful to all those who support the Kyle VFW, no matter their political affiliation, color, religion, or background. That being said, our breakfast is every Friday, and we invite everyone. Sincerely, Stephen Cook, Quartermaster.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. All right, next up is Evangelina Chapa. With impeccable penmanship, I might add. Not you, Sean.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Evangelina Chapa, and I am a resident of Kyle. I'm here tonight for two reasons. First, I want to say thank you. Thank you to the small group of residents who consistently attend these council meetings and speak up on behalf of people like me who cannot always be here. Your presence matters, and I encourage you to continue standing up for the community and pushing for accountability. Second, I've been hearing a lot of talk from both council members and residents that it's not fair that the west side gets more than the east side. This discussion brings me back to when Plum Creek was beginning to expand and some city leaders started to divide our community by labeling uptown and down Old Town. That kind of division does not deserve, it's not served for us. If the city focused on responsible management of funds, we could support all of Kyle more fairly and effectively. Take Burleson Street, for example. It took over a decade to complete, despite voters approving a bond for it years earlier. That delay reflects in deeper issues with how projects are prioritized and managed. Another example is the Mary Kyle Arts and Park, which is beautiful, yes, but the Kinder Morgan settlement funds used for it could have been shared more equitably to support improvements in other parts of the city as well. Lately, the regional sportsplex is a major project, but I question this, is it truly something that we need at this time? Especially when our basic infrastructure and community needs remain unmet. Let's strive for fairness across the entire city, not just geography, but through smart, transparent decisions that benefit everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Linda Sherman.
I'm speaking today as a citizen of Kyle. I live, however, outside the city limits of Kyle. I wish first to express my astonishment at the actions of this city council, whose members are proposing to raise the base water rate for non-city residents by 77%. This is an increase from a rate which is already ridiculously high. How many people who live outside the city limits here realize that they're paying approximately $85 as a base rate before 1 gallon of water is counted? How many people know that? I have lived in several utility jurisdictions in my life and have never had a base rate this high, ever. The City Council is also proposing an increase of 20% in the water rates for residents inside the city limits of Kyle. As I said, an increase of 77% for neighborhoods outside the city limit, compared to a 20% increase for neighborhoods within the city limit, is an exploitative move. Is this pure greediness? My community is already paying a PID. which is a property improvement district fee. The infrastructure for my community is paid for through bonds, which have been secured by liens on each property in the community. City taxes are not being used to pay for the infrastructure in my community. The homeowners are already paying for that infrastructure. I see no reason why the city is charging more for water for outside the city residents. The additional cost of water treatment plants is already being covered by an outsized base rate levied on communities which are outside the city limit. The chart of water usage, which the water department has generated in conjunction with a consulting firm, is misleading. I propose that the City Council takes an active approach in monitoring the water department. One approach would be to examine the highest users of water in the entire city. You will find that they are mostly builders. Perhaps charging for this excess usage would be a solution, but placing the burden on the average citizen and family will not encourage anyone to move to this area. Billing communities outside the city limit an additional 77% is not a proper nor sustainable proposal. It is exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Victor Allen.
Mayor, council members, when I started looking at the water situation in Kyle, Brian Langley sent me a chart of the different user groups broken down by the various billing categories for city and non-city residents. However, the billing group does not tell the story of who's using the water and certainly not representative of the big picture. For example, 4% of the city billing is in the entire group of over 12,000 gallons a month, represents 17.4% of the consumption of that group. In the non-city residents, the billing percentage is 9.9%, but 43% of the total water in that category. Combined, both billing groups are only 4.8% of the total amount of users or bills that went out from the city, while accounting for 22.3% of the 774 million gallons per year that's produced by the city. Where's all the water going and who's using it? So I started checking meters and spoke to my neighbors and found in my random sampling that builders are largely at fault. The meters I checked were clocking anywhere from 20 to 90,000 gallons a month. That's 3,000 gallons. Some of these guys have their meters running every day. So it also makes sense as to why the city group is so off the charts, since a large number of homes are always under construction and the rolling inventory remains fairly constant. I have requested the records of 7 builders from the city, but have not received that information yet. The point here is twofold. The builders are the main group causing the strain on the water supply and its related increases in expenses, not the residents. When you consider the data that I received from the city that was for 2024, when the city had a moratorium on new lawns and builders for 3 months, the numbers that I outlined above are actually far worse than I talked about. The builders are not carrying their share of the damage and should shoulder a revised water schedule, massively increasing the water billing in categories over 12,000 gallons a month. Secondly, the city and the water department has done a good job of keeping water to our households, but it has failed to enforce its own regulations, which has resulted in nearly a 25% increase in the water demand and is now dumping their costs of mismanagement of this valuable resource on the city council to make the residents pay for their irresponsible behavior. It is in my opinion the city council and the consulting firm that has been completely deceived and misled by the water department to cover their errors and believe that this increase needs to be revised to recapture the nearly 4 million gallons in excess charges that could have been saved by if the water department has been run more efficiently. This example of poor management of resources has more than caught the attention of the state senators and utility commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Ankith Nadella.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ankit Nadella, and I live in the Six Creeks community outside the Kyle city limits. I'm here tonight to formally oppose the proposed water rate increase for outside city limit customers. You're asking outside residents like me to accept a 77% water rate increase, and that's compared to 20% increase for the customers inside the city limits. That means for my household, it's about a $1,200 increase a year. That's on top of ever increasing taxes, insurance rates. This is not sustainable, and it's a strain on family budgets across our community. This isn't just about the money, though that's significant. It's about fairness. We are asking to pay nearly double what inside residents pay for the same water from the same system delivered through the same infrastructure. Your consultants claim this increase is justified by a cost of service analysis, but that there are serious legal issues with that approach. First, the lack of evidence for actual cost differences. The presentation on the agenda regarding this subject, agenda number 34, admits that for the fiscal year 2025 rate study included cost of service for inside city limit customers only. That means there is no documentation showing that the outside customers actually cost more to serve. Second, the methodology creates discrimination by design. You use a cheaper calculation method for inside customers, then make outside customers pay whatever's left using a more expensive method. This guarantees we pay more regardless of actual costs. Third, the magnitude of increase is legally questionable. At the current rates, the inside residents to outside residents differential for an approximate 5,500 gallon usage is at 21%. And at the proposed rates, that differential would be at 78%. The Public Utility Commission rejected a 200% differential in the Woodlock case for lacking justification. Even in the Leander case that is cited in the presentation, the PUC only approved a 10% differential, not 78%. The precedent problem. You're citing the Leander case to justify this approach, but the case actually works against the proposal. The PUC in Leander approved only a modest 10% differential, and that was based on actual documented evidence showing utility costs were 18% higher. Where's the equivalent evidence here? You've provided methodology that automatically generates higher rates for outside customers, but no proof that we actually cost 78% more to serve. I guess that's done.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Alan Meadows.
Mayor and council, my name is Alan Meadows. I live in Six Creeks also. I came here this evening not planning to talk. I do want to thank my fellow brothers and sisters for doing a lot of research and educating themselves on the proposal. I retired from Austin, 30 years of service there, and I came to Kyle to retire. When we purchased the home there, we were part of a PID, as has already been mentioned. And we pay on that PID, and that PID was to provide the infrastructure that the city of Kyle didn't have to pay for. And I don't have anything prepared, but when I heard the proposed rate of 77% increase for our water, that's insane. That's just insane. And it's unsustainable, as has already been mentioned. 20% for those inside, 77% for those out. That's not equitable. And I would appeal to the council to try and negotiate something a little bit more reasonable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I have Nancy Blish, but you checked public hearing. Do you want to speak here or do you want to wait? Okay, no problem.
Good evening, City Council. I am also a member of the neighborhood in Six Creeks. I know that water is a big subject in the state of Texas. The legislature has been dealing with that during session. I think my biggest issue is 77% is unreasonable. We are in a PID. We've heard that many times this evening. However, what we're not talking about is the city council made the deal with the developers in Six Creeks, and they regret that decision. And so their regret, their way of getting us to toe the bill is to charge us 77% more. That's unacceptable. Bad decisions cost taxpayers money. And this is what this was. It was a bad decision. The developers, and the city council made decisions, and those decisions were regrettable for that section of Six Creeks. Developers develop land to sell to homeowners like us. Most of us, when we purchased our home, knew that we were going to pay a premium for this PID. But no one told us that we would have to, 3 years later down the road, take a 77% increase in our water bill. That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to anybody. We're already paying premiums on groceries, and we all are. Everybody's suffering. But increasing residents outside the city to cover costs and mistakes is unacceptable as well. Most of us as residents in that first section of Six Creeks weren't even aware we weren't even going to be allowed to vote for the city council and not even have a voice. You probably have already made your decision. And we'll wind up at the Texas Water Commission to go forward. But your decision at 77% for new development, Six Creeks, Anthem, North Plum Creek is unacceptable. And the newer section in Six Creeks is annexed to the city of Kyle, and they have voting rights, and they'll only be paying a 20% increase? How is that fair? That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. All right, Arwini Desai.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Rohit. I also live in the same Six Creeks, same water issue. As everybody said, we have been paying premium on top of the PID, and now 77, it is just too much. I don't know what else you guys can do, but if I had known if this was going to happen, I would have never come to Kyle. And if I have anyone of my friend planning to come, I would not recommend if that happens, because if I had known if this was going to happen, I mean, come on guys, 77%, on top of right now, we are paying like 150-ish per month based on how much water we are using. That is around 5,000 gallons per month. But if you add about that much percent, that is like 220-ish per month. And that's the strong protest I want to say. I hope you guys can reconsider the decision and see something reasonable, which is fair with the city of Kyle. But yeah, that's it. And I would like you to recommend any certain different measures, but this will be too much for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up is Jason Payne.
Honorable Mayor, distinguished members of the council, my name is, she had something to say too. My name is Jason Payne. I am the President Commander of the Kyle VFW number post 12058, and this is my battle buddy, Marisha. She is part of the USVSD program, and they honored me with awarding to her on Memorial Day. The VFW, I'm here to discuss about our present standing and things that we've done for the community, and also to thank the community for all their assistance and help with our community closet, and to encourage to continue the support, because that has gone overwhelming to get us more grants, more abilities, and working, Red Cross is working with us a lot and everything. So the support that everybody in the community is giving to veterans at the VFW post is doing great deals of help with getting us, help with helping out veterans and our community. As we said before, the community closet is open to mainly veterans, but also to the whole community. So if anybody is in need, we are available to assist with them. That being said, we have helped out this year with two community members. One is a veteran and one not, with assistance with their water bills as they can't afford them at that time. The veteran, we found out, was drinking out of a water hose from nearby people and stuff, so we got him set up and got his squared away. We also had, as you know, my quartermaster Steve Cook discussed about the telethon that we had. It was a great event. Some of y'all showed up. A lot of community came out in support. It was fun. It was exciting, and we knew way of doing it and seemed to work out well. I hope y'all got to get on there and look at that. Also, don't forget about our Friday breakfast. We're really big on getting y'all out there. Everybody come out. If anybody has a business and looking to sponsor, it's a $200 sponsorship to hold that breakfast, and you basically get to floor yourself. We allow anybody to do it, any party member, any person, any business. Also, MVets has theirs on Saturday. Both start at 8, so you can basically eat the weekend for free if you wanted to. Come Friday and come Saturday and have breakfast. Eat enough, you don't have to worry about it, because us vets like to cook, especially infantry guys. So come out, continue the support. If you call the VFW phone number and you have stuff to deliver, let us know. We'll set you up. You can bring it out. Just let us know. We'll receive it and we'll process it and get it put out to the community. Thank you all for your support. City Council, thank you all for coming out when y'all do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Claudia Zapata.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Claudia Zapata, a resident and current candidate for city council. This budget includes serious decisions about how we fund public safety, and I'm asking this council to take a critical look at how much we're spending on surveillance technology and whether that spending is necessary. Let's be clear, Kyle is already a surveillance city. We use Flock Safety's automatic license plate readers. We use Axon's real-time crime center, which despite its name, isn't a physical center, it's AI surveillance software. These systems collect vast amounts of sensitive data that is shared with the federal government and is governed by contracts most residents have never seen. Back in July, this council voted to begin drafting a surveillance policy. That was a great, responsible first step. But since then, nothing has come back to the public. No draft, no update. And I understand that these things take time, but we're now looking at expanding that very system with contract renewals and drone purchases. It's like putting a 1,000-pound bull in a pasture with no fence and no plan, and then acting surprised when someone gets hurt. And in the midst of that, Councilmember Miguel Zuniga, who I am challenging in this election, casually suggested that Kyle PD explore adding robot dogs to the force. That comment wasn't grounded in data. It wasn't based on a departmental request. It was thrown out carelessly, without concern for how it sounds to people who will be impacted most, such as our immigrant neighbors, or how much a purchase like that would cost. That's not public safety. That's not fiscal discipline. That's dangerous. So I'm urging this council to take the following 2 steps before finalizing this budget. 1, deny the proposed $150,000 for additional drones. Kyle PD already has drones, and with a budget this large and rate increases this high, fiscal discipline matters now more than ever for taxpayers. 2, do not allow DMV grant money and our taxpayer dollars to auto-renew Flock ALPR contracts via the sole source agreement on file. Bring those contracts back to the dais for public vote and public comment. I want to be clear, this isn't about distrusting Kyle PD. I trust our officers. What I don't trust is what these private companies do with our data behind closed doors. They don't care about our safety, they care about their bottom line. Don't feed into their pockets, please. We deserve a budget that invests in real safety and is fiscally and socially responsible, and we can do that together. Thank you.
All All right, thank you. All right, next up is Michael McDonald.
Good evening. Please move agenda items 33, 34, and 35 to the top of the discussion. Listening to the comments tonight, I think it would be a good time to quote the mayor of Proval, Utah, Michelle Kofusi, who she said, "The best run city in the United States of America is a great example of what can happen when city leaders listen to their residents and focus on responsible budgeting." What she is saying is, leaders, listen to those who you represent and don't overburden them with your wants and not their needs. A friendly reminder, the City of Kyle organization chart, and I've said this probably 7 or 8 times, show that the citizens of Kyle are at the very top of the chart, followed by the city council. This means that you answer to us, the citizens of Kyle. Here in Kyle, we have a trust issue between our city council members, the city manager, and the city residents. We don't trust you. You want proof? Look at how many times you have voted for a council want and not a city need. That's why we're in the mess we're in right now. This council votes as they please and rarely considers the concerns of the residents who oppose these council wants. Council members represent taxpayers of Kyle and no other council members or special interest groups. I have said that 100 times before, and it's probably gone in one ear and right out the other that you guys listen to me right now. And that's very frustrating because we come up here, and we're the ones going to have to carry the load here when you guys are gone, and that's very frustrating. This council votes as if they live in a vacuum, no accountability to anyone. This is why the residents have become active and are speaking up. In the past few weeks, I've attended 1 town hall meeting and 2 meet and greets by the members of the council. The main takeaway from all these meetings is this: the citizens are not happy, and I said that before. They're not happy with the decisions you are making on our behalf. Mayor, I stand by what I said earlier. You don't listen to the citizens of Kyle. According to what I have seen and heard from these get-togethers, most of you would receive a failing grade according to the people you represent. Does that bother you? I'm serious, does that bother you? I know when you guys were younger and you got F's on your report card, that wasn't happy. I'm very frustrated too, to be honest. Who should get the blame for your failing grade? You or us? What legacy do you want to leave the citizens of Kyle? Higher taxes? Higher debt? Trust issues between council members and citizens? You know what? Keep it up. You're on your way to succeeding. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Yvonne Florskill.
All right, good evening, members of council. This is starting to make it look like with all these water issues that maybe my moratorium discussion back in 2022 wasn't such a bad idea after all. I'm going to start off by asking to move agenda items 34 to 38 up. It looks like they're all related, and they're agenda items 1 of 5 going up. And then I'm going to start off with the question I pose is going to be, how many of you guys have asked what could be cut from our budget to maintain our current tax rate? Or maybe just a tax rate increase of 10%, or a tax rate increase of 15%, or any tax rate under the number of 27. Anybody. It would be nice for you guys to advocate for the residents to understand that everybody is hurting at this time, not just with our taxes, but with food and with jobs and with basic income. And then my next question is going to be, why do you have staff who proposes to place costs such as the storm drainage on the backs of the single-family residents who already pay taxes. A commercial building such as Costco creates as much impervious coverage as a block inside a neighborhood, and yet their share of that fee could be decreased. I ask, who are our staff and council here to represent? Who is looking out for us? And as a reminder, it's an election year, and that's for almost half of you guys up there. And maybe these people from Six Creeks can't vote for you, but I am certain they may have friends that can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Cynthia Bentley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Cynthia Bentley, President and CEO of the nonprofit Unforgettable Families and Friends. I want to thank the citizens and the businesses in Kyle and Buda for supporting all of the events. We have had to make a difference in our community for our children and our families. This summer we had 4, not 1, not 2, but 4 successful back-to-school events. We served almost 2,000 children in our community to send them back to school with nice haircuts, hair curls, manicures, school supplies, tennis shoes, to have a successful school year. Our next event is Stuff the Bus with coats. You might say, wow, it's hot. Why do we need coats? Well, we want to prepare our children for when it gets cold. We will stuff the bus with a bus from the Philomena Living Center here in Kyle. They are loaning us that bus. And we are going to be at our local Walmart store here in Kyle on September the 27th from 9:30 a.m. until 1 p.m. collecting brand new coats for our children. But we can't do this by ourselves. We have a lot of partners. We have New Sigma Gamma Rho sorority from St. Marcus, Kyle Area Senior Zone. We have Commissioner Michelle Cohen, Precinct 2, Constable Michael Torres, Precinct 2. We have Morning Star of Buda, AMVET Post 115, VFW Post 12058, and so many other businesses. We cannot do this by ourselves to touch as many students as we have. We want to invite you all to advertise and post that we will be collecting new coats with the Philomena on September the 27th from 9:30 to 1 p.m. at our local Walmart store. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Ellen Ermis.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Ellen Ermis. We want to invite the public and all of you to the quilt turning. It's going to be Monday, September 15th and Saturday, September 20th at the library and at the Krug Activity Center. We'll celebrate the timeless art of quilting, the history, the craftsmanship, and the stories behind a collection of finished quilts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Next up is Becca Hancock.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm happy to be here this evening. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Becca Hancock. I'm the new President and CEO of the Kyle Area Chamber of Commerce, and I couldn't be more excited to be here in the community of Kyle, and I look forward to collaborating with all of you guys and the city of Kyle to help promote this wonderful community. And the welcome I've received so far has been just so warm, and I'm so grateful for that, but I also appreciate your consideration of my appointment on the Economic Development and Tourism Board. I am committed to doing everything I can to support the city of Kyle and its ongoing success. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to working together and make great things happen here in the city of Kyle.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Stephanie McDonald.
Good evening, members of council. The correspondence I'm about to read is a response to a direct text from Mayor Travis Mitchell to the Hayes Free Press calling them out regarding the article they wrote about the illegal removal of resident Yvonne Flores Kale as she was speaking at a council meeting during citizen comments. It's from Linda Klepper, City of Kyle Communications Officer. Good afternoon, Ms. Contier. That's the owner of Hayes Free Press she's writing to. I'm contacting you on behalf of the City of Kyle regarding the article published on June 4th, 2025 concerning the May 27th City Council meeting. The story includes several factual inaccuracies and misrepresentations. Chief among them, the false claim that the city violated the Texas Open Meetings Act. A formal request for correction is included in the attachment for reference. And while we cannot compel action, we strongly urge you to publish an accurate and timely clarification. I'm available for further comment or questions. The response from the owner of the Hayes Free Press says, Ms. Klepper, Ms. Sanyar, Mayor, and council members, in light of your letter demand for a retraction, I've carefully reviewed our report about the council meeting and the mayor stopping the testimony of former council member Yvonne Flores Kale before her allotted time had expired. The mayor clearly stopped Ms. Flores Kale from continuing to testify to the city council because of the content of her speech. I contacted an open meetings law attorney and former Travis County Judge Bill Alshar to review your complaint about our story. Mr. Alshar says the city mayor did violate Ms. Flores Kale's right to speak to the council on an agenda item in 3 ways. First of all, Mr. Alshar says the city council's rules prohibiting discussion of personnel are not reasonable and violate TOMA section 551007. Nothing Ms. Flores Kale said was prohibited by law. Secondly, censoring Ms. Flores Kale's comments based on the content of her remarks violates both the Texas and U.S. Constitution right of speech. And finally, the censorship violated Ms. Flores Kale's right under the Texas Constitution, Article 1, Section 27, right of remonstrance, the right to express opposition or criticism directly to public officials. Mr. Alshar sees no evidence Ms. Flores Kale engaged in any disorderly conduct nor obstructed the conduct of the council meeting. Instead, he believes the mayor overreacted and would do well to show more respect for voters, for it is they, not the mayor or council, who actually own the city government. Therefore, I decline to obey your demand that I change our June 4th news report about the council's deliberation of the Ethics Commission item. Regards, Ashley. I also want to know on the budget, how much is allotted toward a weather emergency response system like a siren? This is high on the state's agenda right now. What about our city? We're doing a lot of pork projects. And if the city is upset about the water rate, the residents, wait until the wastewater discharge limit, which is fast approaching, we reach that. Wait until you see what that bill is going to cost us. Unfortunately, those in the city will still pay more than Six Creek residents, even with their 77% increase, and I urge you to stop the project to Sahara, allowing them to use our water. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next up is Stephen Thompson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I would just like to say I moved here in 2020. I bought a house. I live on Churchill Downs, and I have seen a lot of things going on. First of all, it's a wonderful city. There's no two ways about it, but you guys are out of control. That much I'll tell you. With all of the things that I see happening all over the place, we need an audit. There needs to be an audit to go through all of the bookkeeping and everything for the city of Kyle, because there's so many things going on, so many things that are happening, like purchasing the $6 million parcel of land behind us, right over there, chasing out established businesses and things like that. And you guys are just out of control, and it's going to come back. It's going to come back. And then I also want to say that number 33, 34, all the way through 38, those need to be moved to the top of the agenda, because otherwise you guys are going to end up taking a vote at about 11:50, midnight, somewhere around that, or after midnight, and then you're going to pass it without giving anybody a chance to talk about it. So that's all I've got.
All right, thank you. All right, those are all the forms that I have filled out. Does anybody else have any forms or want to come up and speak? Mr. Tenorio? Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, council members. My name is Daphne Tenorio. I am a former city council member from the city of Kyle, and I currently serve my constituency as the Hays County Treasurer. So, first off, thank you for your service. I've been in that seat. I know how fun it is, especially during budget time. I would like to say thank you for that, but I'd also like to remind you that we work for them. When I was on city council, I voted no to every single PID that was proposed in this city, and this is why. I urge you to take a moratorium on PID approval projects. I ask you to reconsider the 77% increase in the water rates for our neighbors who are living within our city limits, paying the same tax rates we are when we go to the grocery stores. I urge you to also take a very, very conscientious review of our city budget. The amount of money that you're asking for isn't just one meal. It's several meals for families. We're looking at an astronomically different fiscal period when we're looking at U.S. Treasury bonds. This is a very new financial and economic situation in our country. So when we're looking at tax rate increases, one thing that I also urge you to do is to remember every single taxing entity is increasing. So rather than try to get the bigger piece of the pie, let's remember we have to share that pie with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, I know all of you guys know me, right? And I don't come here that often unless I have something to say. And I'm very concerned about the 78% rate increase in the water because I live in Six Creeks also. I was born and raised here in Kyle. After my service in the military, I moved to California, then Dallas, and I became a college professor for 12 years teaching business plans, feasibility studies. And I'm amazed at what's going on here in the city of Kyle. I think a lot of things are going through, are being proposed without looking at the deep inside as to what are the financials, what are the expenses. So I'm very concerned. Like once again, I live in Six Creeks, and when a 78% proposal was made about our water aspect, I'm really concerned. I think that maybe because of your debt issue, you're using us as a whipping boy, right? And Mr. Tobias had a great town hall meeting a while back. And the issue was discussed, and a proposal was made about a tier system for paying for this water. And I mean the tier system for everybody, not just Six Creeks. So based on usage. So what I'm proposing is to look into that tier issue, water payment plan. When you look at it, X amount of gallons being used, propose a certain rate. When that proposal, that rate is, or the water usage is overrun, you go to the next tier and charge more. But that's overall throughout the city of Kyle, not just Six Creeks. So once again, I'm very concerned by the 78% aspect, and I hope you take it back and go back and see what you're doing. Also look at the future plans you have that are not financed yet, and delay them until we reduce our debt issue here in the city of Kyle. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. Citizen comments is now closed. I do want to make a note that agenda items 31 and 32 are being pulled. They are the first action items under consider and possible action. We have 2 reports and presentations, and then we have consent agenda, and then everything else on the agenda is after the budgetary items. So does anybody have any requests to move any items around?
Mayor, I'd still like to be able to try to get the budget up 34, 35, and 38.
It's going to the top.
Yes.
All right, anyone else?
That way we can get these hard discussions going.
But you want to do it over the proclamation for hunger action? And
We can do the proclamations and get them done, and then that way we can go from there.
All right, next up is agenda item number 3, proclamation recognizing Hunger Action Month. Councilmember Zuniga.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Really happy to bring this proclamation forward to address Hunger Action Month. But before I start, I'd like to say that the importance of the food banks. They improve the public health, the economic stability. They reduce the burden of social services. They enhance educational outcomes, and they provide sustainability. But they do have some challenges. Challenges of food supply shortages, logistical and storage issues, which I hope our new food bank will, help with that, and funding constraints. So some of the ways that all of us can support the food bank is by donating food and money when we can. We can volunteer our time, organize food drives, and also advocate for policies addressing hunger. And with that, I'd like to read the proclamation. So whereas the Hays County Food Bank represents a countywide effort to provide nutritious food to the food insecure, made possible by the generous contributions of individuals, civic organizations, local government, and businesses. Whereas households with children are more likely to experience food insecurity, and many of these households do not qualify for federal nutrition programs like the SNAP program. So they visit their local food banks and other food programs for extra support. And in 2024, the Hays County Food Bank and its partners served an average each week 900 low-income households facing food insecurity. They distributed more than 70,000 boxes of food. And whereas the Hays County Food Bank distributed 1.5 million pounds of food via its 6 public food distributions and 32 last mile sites in 2024, as well as they provided 1,500 traditional holiday meals. And whereas nearly 29% of all Hays County Food Bank clients in 2024 consisted of Kyle residents, and more than 2,000 boxes of food were distributed in Kyle in 2024, including church and school food pantries. Whereas the Hays County Food Bank is purchasing significantly more food this year, and your donation is needed now more than ever. Whereas National Hunger Action Month is a Feeding America effort to raise awareness about the hunger epidemic in the United States and to encourage individuals to take action in some form against hunger. Now, therefore, I, Miguel A. Zuniga, council member of the city of Kyle, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of September as Hunger Action Month, in witness thereof. And also like to say, Mayor, thank you to all our council members for maintaining the city of Kyle's yearly budget allocation for the Hays County Food Bank. Also like to thank Lisa Young, the director, and the Hays County volunteers that are here tonight. And importantly, I'd like to thank Councilmember Robert Rizzo for his service on the Hays County Food Board of Directors, and would like to ask him to say a few words, Robert.
Thank you, Miguel. Yeah, it's an honor to serve on the board, Hays County Food Bank. But I want to talk a little bit about our new building, our new facility. We now have a brand new 8,000 square foot facility in Hays County. We used to operate the food bank out of a small house near downtown San Marcos, and the new facility now allows us to keep more food. And the other thing, it's allowed us now to have a food pantry. So we have residents can come in and get 80 pounds of food at their convenience. They can register online, come in and get their monthly shopping. They can come in and shop from the shelves. So we have our own little in-house store now. But I'm really excited about that. But before I even bring Miss Lisa up to the podium, would you like to come up? Actually, let's bring you up real quick. Lisa, could you come up to the podium? I just want to say something. This 8,000 square foot facility came online with hard work, sweat, and tears. And that's from this lady right here, Lisa Young, and her team at the food bank. They not only did they continue their monthly distributions and weekly distributions, they took time out of their schedule to work with the contractors and bring together a really amazing facility. Lisa, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all your hard work, your dedication to the food bank. You, your family, and everybody, all your team were great. And as always, the volunteers are what make the food bank amazing. The food bank does not function without the volunteers. So just thank you for all your work, Lisa. You're awesome.
Thank you. And it's so mutual. I have a list of people here in this room and on the dais to thank all the time. Robert, who's been serving as a volunteer. The board of directors is volunteers, everyone. And I know Dr. Harris, everyone who's supported us. Costs have gone up for us too. So the financial budget consideration is very important right now. We have about 250 households a week at our Kyle distribution. In Central Texas, more than 60% of households are within $400 of needing to use the food bank for the first time. And when you think about $400, to me, that's one, maybe two, if you get a good deal, tires on your car. That's one sprained ankle and you miss some shifts. That is a razor-thin buffer zone between being able to afford your groceries and not being able to afford your groceries. And that's where we stand in the gap. And I'm very, very proud of my team. It has been my joy. But in the 2.5 years since I've been at the job, I have seen the need go up and up and up. When we look at the food inflation costs, just don't even really capture it because it's the cost of everything. If housing goes up, when utilities go up, our most common stated emergency, if people make just a little too much to get SNAP, to get food bank services, they can still come get some food if they're experiencing an emergency. And our most common emergency is had to use the money for utilities. So that, hearing everyone here today, everyone knows it, everyone feels it. We're so happy for the support that we get from Kyle, from the Kyle Senior Zone, who I'm going to shout out in a minute, the Kyle Fire Department, who brings us trucks full of food, and from the City Council. It has been so gratifying to know that everything we do is such a community effort. When I cut the ribbon on the new building, and then I took 5 days off, I haven't even been back to my office since then. Because it's 2 years of work, like he said, and it was really hard work for our team, a really big lift. But we now move from a 2,200 square foot building to an 8,000 square foot facility with a gigantic parking lot, so we were able to welcome everyone to come in and do their shopping. It's been amazing. The people's response to it has been great. We've also launched in March our Van Go program here in Kyle, where we go around like an ice cream truck with food for people who have very low kitchen access. So it could be people who are unhoused. It could be people who don't consider themselves unhoused, but perhaps they're living in something that's not really fit for human habitation, without electricity, without running water. And we go around with that food for them, and those numbers have increased every week since we started the program in March. So it's a big job. There's a lot of need. And today, you guys, get my guys up here. We wear the orange for Hunger Action Month. September is Hunger Action Month. And we're all carrying cereal. We're shaking cereal boxes at everybody. You may remember that a year ago, I stood up here with my macaroni boxes because we were asking you to stack the mac. And I have to say, you helped in such a big way. We raised more than a ton, 2,600 pounds of macaroni and cheese. It was 13,500 servings of mac and cheese that went to all our school pantries. It went to our senior citizens. It went to everyone. All roads come through the food bank, and all of them had macaroni. So this year, our campaign for Hunger Action Month is Wake Up Hays County. We're asking you to bring breakfast cereal. My husband and I filled a van with it, and it was off the shelf in 2 hours. So this stuff flies off the shelf, and we're going to be reporting back to let you know just how many bowls of cereal that you guys helped us provide. Last year, the senior zone brought hundreds of boxes of macaroni and cheese. We were so impressed. We were blown away by their contribution, and it came from all over town, from our realtors, from just every corner of the county, and we hope that you guys will do it again this year. One reason I love these kind of campaigns, and it may sound a little silly when I talk about how big the need is, and then I ask you to go buy a box of cereal, it may not sound adequate, but first of all, we really need it, and we really will use every last bowl of that cereal. But also, I think it is a perfect on-ramp for talking to your kids about how we share with each other, bringing your scout group, your football teams, your children to the grocery store and letting them pick out some cereal to donate to this cause helps them feel the same thing that we do about what a group effort it is, and what a community and how we come together to take care of each other. Because I think we've all just learned throughout our lives that that's the only way we get there, is taking care of each other, supporting each other. One thing I said when I cut that ribbon was, we built this dream together, and it's going to continue to be that way. We need you now more than we ever did. We appreciate your support, and from the people in the community who are going to bring in all the wake-up cereal for us. We appreciate that too, and I couldn't be prouder to be with this organization in this beautiful community.
Thank you, Lisa. No, it's great. The challenge is on, Senior Center, the breakfast cereal. But yeah, also just want to say thank you for being here tonight. Thank the board of directors, the people that I get to work with. They're amazing, wonderful people that care about the community. They love to serve, and it's really awesome. I enjoy to serve with them as well. But just thank you, Lisa.
All right, anyone else? The only thing I would say is I'm missing Mark Jones in his turkey outfit right now.
It's not. Oh, that's coming. I'll be back in November.
That's November. All right. Okay. Well, tell him that he's off the hook as long as he shows up.
I think he's polishing it up for Founders Day.
All right. You want to get a picture? All right. Here we go. We're going to do a picture.
There we go.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, up next on the agenda is All right, next up is agenda item 4, proclamation recognizing Hayes County Emergency Preparedness Fair. Councilmember McKinney.
So did you have something you prepared to speak ahead of time? Okay. I'm going to jump in and help my brother out so he doesn't have to read all evening long. So I didn't plan anything ahead of time, but I will say that you don't really realize your government when things are going well. It's when things are not going well that you really start to pay attention to, oh my, what is this? And one of the things that I love about this emergency preparedness fair is that it gives everyone an opportunity to not only participate, but also to kind of see what the resources are that are available and realize what a great opportunity we have here in Hayes County as far as when things don't go well. So, whereas the safety, security, and well-being of residents is a top priority of the City of Kyle, and whereas emergencies and disasters, whether natural or man-made, can occur with little or no warning, and preparedness is essential to minimizing harm and saving lives. And whereas September is recognized nationally as Emergency Preparedness Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness and encouraging all individuals, families, and communities to take proactive steps towards readiness. Whereas the Hayes County Offices of Emergency Services, in partnership with the City of Kyle, has organized the largest emergency preparedness fair in county history to be held on September 13th at La Verde Park during this important month of awareness. And whereas the Emergency Preparedness Fair will provide free, family-friendly opportunities for residents to learn vital life-saving skills, including CPR, stop the bleed, fire extinguisher safety, and car seat safety. And whereas the event will feature tours of emergency vehicles such as fire trucks, police cars, ambulances, giving residents the opportunity to meet first responders and better understand the essential services that they provide. And whereas events like the Hayes County Emergency Preparedness Fair strengthen community resilience, build public trust, and empower residents to take proactive steps towards emergency readiness, now therefore I, Mark McKinney, council member of the City of Kyle, Texas, do hereby proclaim September 13th, 2025, as Hayes County Emergency Preparedness Fair Day in the City of Kyle, and encourage all residents to attend, participate, and take this opportunity during Emergency Preparedness Month to prepare themselves, their families, and their community for future emergencies. In witness hereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Kyle to be affixed the second day of September 2025.
Hey, Jimmy, come on up and say a few things about what the fair is and how it will help the community.
Well, and certainly, God, I wish I would have wrote that myself. It really it covered all my high points tonight. As we look forward to September 13th from 10 to 5, Mayor and Council, we'll be putting on a community event that has been 8 years in the making. The partnership that the city is engaged with our Hayes County Office of Emergency Management partners certainly going to be one to remember this year. Food, fellowship, education, demonstrations, opportunity to interact with our public and get us to the point where we are Kyle ready. As we push this marketing campaign this September during Preparedness Month to really empower our citizens and our residents here to have part of the control over what their destiny is in the event of an emergency. The government is here to support them. Our departments and our support agencies are here to do that, but it's neighbors helping neighbors, and this is one of the opportunities for neighbors to interact and get some really great background information and preparedness information and activities during this event. So thank you very much for y'all's financial and support of this as we move forward this year. It's going to be one to remember. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say, Mayor, Jimmy, just want to say thank y'all for wanting to be a part of the Hayes County Preparedness Fair this year. It's great to have the City of Kyle there. I know our officers have participated in the past, but this is a really important event. And the reason why is the onus of emergency management is not just on the first responders, it's on the community as well. It's everybody who lives in Hayes County. And the reason why I say that is because Preparedness happens and it starts with conversation with your neighbors, with your HOA, getting together and getting a plan together, working with the first responders. It's important that everybody works together, but knowing where to go as a citizen is important. So please come out to the fair. It's going to be important. Making sure that everybody's taking a notice on emergency management is important. Come out and get some of the training. Some amazing training there as well. You'll be able to do some CPR, first aid, a little bit of everything. So it'll be great, but at the same time, remember, it starts with you. It starts with the community. Get ready, get informed, know where to go, who to contact. So please come on out. Thank you.
Anybody have anything else? Yeah, I just want to echo what everyone has said. This year's Preparedness Fair ought to be something special because for the first time we're going to be moving out from just the entire fair being in a parking lot at the Performing Arts Center to actually being able to utilize our new urban streets. So the brick and mortar district basically will be taking on this project as a whole. And so it's going to be a testing ground for what we think can be a really scaled up events space that has just a lot more amenities and things to do for kids. I think we're going to have a band there as well.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All kinds of pretty cool ways to learn, get educated, and be entertained. And it's extremely important because, as we know, in Texas and in Central Texas in particular, there is no short of emergency management situations that we have to deal with, be it floods, freezes, or any number of other kinds of crises. And so I'm very thankful for our first responders and thankful for you for putting together such a great event that seeks to draw not just the residents of Kyle, but people from all over the county to our community to learn about emergency preparedness. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. It is a partnership and certainly a team effort to make this happen. It's a big lift, and I thank for the colleagues that are really helping us do that. Thank you.
And a chili cook-off. That's right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Next up is the consent agenda. I propose that we go through it. If you have something you want to pull, we'll put them on the back side of the budget items. Does anybody have any items that they want to pull?
30.
All right.
Mayor, I'd like to approve consent agenda items 5 through 29.
All right, it's motion by Councilman Rizzo, second by Mayor Pro Tem, that we approve consent agenda items 5 through 29. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. And Councilman Zuniga, please keep an eye on that item so that I don't accidentally forget it. All right, next up, we're going to bring up agenda item number 33. First reading, consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 50, Article 10 of the City's Code of Ordinances to adopt amendments to Sections 50-511 storm drainage and flood risk mitigation utility charges to increase the residential monthly utility charge and to approve the use of the industry standard to determine the commercial customer drainage charge. Mr. Trimble.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. And I'm going to quickly turn it over to our city engineer, Leon Barba, and our consultant with HDR to walk you through the drainage fee study that was performed. It had been 10 years since we had updated this based on the original ordinance that was passed in 2016. And so the study's been done, and they'll walk you through the proposed changes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. With me tonight is Grady Reed. Grady is a project manager for HDR. We hired them to do this study on the drainage fee. One of the things I wanted to highlight, before I turn it over to Grady, I wanted to highlight one thing for you. On page 10 or sheet 10 of the presentation, there's about 17 projects that are listed there, 17 drainage projects. I wanted to make a point that those projects were pulled from the 2018 Drainage Master Plan. So we've stuck to that plan, and we've been trying to fix some of those, make some of those improvements as time has gone on. At one point in time, we had about 29 projects. So some of those were taken care of by the bond program. The county actually took care of one of the projects that we had out there too. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Grady now so he can explain the process that he went through to determine the rates.
Leon, what page was that? What page?
10. Sheet 10.
Thank you.
So thank you and good evening, Mayor and Council. What we're going to do is we're just going to kind of quickly walk through the background of the current drainage billing methodology. I'll also provide some information and discuss some changes to that are more closely follows the industry standard, and then discuss our rate model development and the results of that modeling. As Leon said, on November 15th of 2016, the council approved an ordinance basically creating the storm drainage utility and establishing fees at that time. Those fees have not been changed, it's my understanding, since 2016, so the stormwater rates have remained unchanged for several years. And whenever that was set up, the way that commercial customers were handled and the way that it is currently being handled is that for commercial customers, their monthly stormwater fee is based on a base rate times the impervious cover times an adjustment factor. That adjustment factor is unique to each property, and it is based on the percent impervious cover, and so it's basically 1.5424 times the percent impervious cover plus 5064. And I just say all that to say that whenever we were going through this study, we started asking questions, well, where did that 1.5424 come from, and where did the 0.5064 come from? And there's very little historical knowledge of where those adjustment factors came from. This was based on the city of Austin and the way that they are handling their charges for commercial customers for stormwater. And at that time, back in 2016, the residential customers were and still are charged a flat fee of $5 for single-family residential property. So the way it is currently set up is every single-family residential customer pays $5 regardless of the impervious cover that's on that parcel. But the rate actually for commercial customers is the same, but they are charged a different number of billing units based upon these formulas up here. So what we are proposing is that basically residential customers are going to be unchanged, that they would still be charged a flat rate or flat fee for every single family residential customer. So there's no differentiation. Again, every single family residential customer would pay the same. But instead of using the current approach to commercial customers, that they would move to what's called an equivalent residential unit or ERU approach. That is the industry standard. That is the norm that most utilities, not only in Texas, but across the country, use in levying stormwater charges to commercial customers. And within an ERU approach, we're still using the actual impervious cover on these commercial lots to determine the number of ERUs. So basically what we do is we define an ERU as the average impervious cover on all single-family lots within the city. And so that number was 2,912. So we basically then define that as one ERU. And then from that, if there are, say, a commercial customer has 10,000 square feet of impervious cover, then we basically take 10,000 square feet divided by the 2,912 square feet that we're defining as one ERU, and then that would become the number of billing units for these commercial customers.
Even if it's a two-story building?
Even if it is a two-story building, because all we are concerned about is impervious cover. So if it's a two-story building, we just care about the building footprint, not the actual square footage within that.
So you're saying you're calculating square footage based on the external walls, essentially, not if there's multiple floors.
That is correct.
It's not adding a second floor square footage to the calculation.
That is correct. And it takes also into consideration not only building footprint, but parking lots, sidewalks, those types of things as well. Again, this concept of using the ERU approach, it is the industry standard as recommended by EPA, and it's the most common use in Texas. About 65% of all stormwater utilities utilize this method, and many cities that we are benchmarking Kyle to also use this methodology. Austin is the outlier in that they use the previous methodology that the city of Kyle is
Real quick, you're talking about sidewalks, impervious cover, the driveways, the parking lots, everything. We are doing the square footage of the roof, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, so it's rooftop.
Okay, rooftop.
It's rooftop and then any other generally paved surface.
Okay, I was just making sure we're doing rooftop because the drainage all comes to the impervious cover as well from there, from the gutters, just making sure. Thank you.
Yes. So again, this just kind of goes through what I was describing earlier. So the way that this would work for commercial customers, so anything that's not single-family residential, so this includes apartment complexes and big box retail stores, strip centers, those types of things. In this example, we have an office building. The area in red would be the rooftop, and then let's say all the area in green is pavement. It's a parking lot. Whatever that is, and let's say that all totals 30,000 square feet. So in this example, if we were to go through and determine an ERU, and we were to determine that as 3,000 square feet, then this particular customer would be billed 10 ERUs. So that's their number of billing units, and then that gets multiplied by the billing rate to determine their total stormwater utility bill. So as that was one part of this study, was just kind of examine the way that the city of Kyle is currently levying stormwater charges, and then make recommendations for any changes that we want to see as part of that. The second part was to look at, okay, we haven't adjusted our stormwater rate and since 2016, so let's look at that as well, and do we need to make any adjustments to the current stormwater rate? So to do that, we developed a drainage rate model. Some significant assumptions that we were using as part of this. We're starting out with an estimated fund balance of about $1.6 million. That is slightly higher than what we would recommend for a reserve, if you will, for stormwater utilities. That's normally about 3 months of cash on hand. So what we're doing with that is we're basically using that excess fund balance, if you will, to limit early rate increases and basically pull that fund balance down over time. We are also assuming that both residential and commercial customers are going to grow at a rate of about 5% per year. That is generally pretty consistent with most of the city's planning documents. So for this upcoming fiscal year, 2026, we're assuming about 16,500 ERUs for residential, and so that is 16,500 single-family residential homes. On the commercial side, about 12,300 ERUs. Now again, that doesn't mean that you have 12,300 commercial customers. That just means ERUs. So again, using the total square footage, impervious square footage of those customers divided by our definition of one equivalent residential unit. Our expenses, except personnel costs that we're looking forward, we're looking at 10 years in this rate model. We're forecasting those to increase at 3% a year from the 2026 budget. And we do also include new personnel are included based on the staffing plan that the city provided. And so that roughly kind of doubles the drainage full-time equivalents or staffing over a 5-year period. We did, as we're looking at the CIP, we did have future debt issues in there, and all of those were modeled as basically the city would make 1/2 of a debt payment in the year in which the debt is issued, and make a full payment in the second year. So this is the CIP that was used in order to develop the total expenses associated with the stormwater utility. Again, as Leon said, that this is based on the 2018, I believe, stormwater master plan that was done at that time. And so we did go back through and we examined each one of those projects, determined if the project was still relevant, if it's something that we still needed to include in the CIP or not include. Did we need to include any additional projects, as well as going in and updating the cost for all of those projects, since those costs were generally dated, obviously being originally developed in 2018. So sometimes we just moved those costs forward through a rate of inflation. Other times we took a different approach if there were different design standards or things like that those projects were going to have to be designed to meet. Most of these projects are debt funded, certainly those in the early years. And then as we get in the latter years, there are some projects that we are cash funding, some smaller projects. Most of these projects are kind of front loaded, if you will, through the first 5-6 years or so of this plan. And then after that time, we have fewer stormwater projects. So under this study, the rate recommendation would be that the ERU rate change from its current $5 per month to $6 per month. So a $1 a month increase is what single-family residential customers would see. The average commercial bill is currently at $237.12 per month. And again, that's across all of your commercial properties. That bill, based on these changes, would actually decrease to $168.40. I will say that that's not necessarily because we're lowering the rates for commercial customers and increasing the rates for residential customers. It's simply that we are trying to change the city's billing structure, if you will, rate structure for commercial customers from what it is to the industry standard. And so that kind of results in a one-time reallocation, if you will, amongst cost between the within the stormwater utility between residents and commercial customers. The other thing that we were really trying to do is we were trying to keep the revenue in this first year relatively the same for the stormwater utility. So we weren't necessarily going in and looking at revenue increases. If you remember, I mentioned that when we looked at the fund balance, that we had excess fund balance in the stormwater utility. And so instead of this 1 year trying to go in and increase rates more to generate additional revenue, we were basically trying to keep the revenue the same for the utility, limit rate increases as much as possible, and use that fund balance instead to pay for some of the increased expenses associated with not only the O&M costs, but the debt service as well. If we look at other cities that we typically benchmark Kyle to, again, the proposed ERU rate is $5. That would increase to $6. That puts you pretty much on the bottom of the list for stormwater utilities in this area. There are 4 cities that we did survey that do not have a utility drainage fee, so they're paying through stormwater services through the general fund. This just kind of sums up how we predict things moving forward. The blue bars at the bottom are O&M expenses or operations and maintenance expenses. You can see again in the first few years those are going up a little bit more than just a general rate of inflation, and that's due to the increased staffing that we've included in our projections. And the other noticeable thing is the red part is the debt service. So as these new projects come online that we have assumed to be debt funded, we can see how that is growing a little bit quicker over the short term because that's where most of our projects are located. And then once we get out in these outer years, our expenses kind of become a little bit more stable. Right now we do have just modeled future rate expenses for the next 4 years, and then after that we don't have any more rate increases planned or modeled here. It is recommended, however, though, that the city do revisit rates on an annual basis, just because, as we know, the capital improvement plan changes, your budgets change, growth changes. There's a lot of things that we need to look at, and so that can result in perhaps not having to have as high of a rate increase in future years moving forward. So this just shows the operating reserves, and I've kind of talked a lot about this before. Kind of where the city sits, the red line is kind of our goal that we don't want to fall below. And so again, we're basically spending down the fund balance, if you will, in these first few years to kind of try to limit rate increases as much as possible. The years where we really are the most critical years are 2028 and 2030. And that's just because we have a lot more projects being funded. And then the outer years, this shows our fund balance going back up. We're not, again, I just want to point out that we're not assuming any future rate increases in those outer years, but we do have a 5% growth rate, so your revenues are just going up 5%, which is at that point is faster than your costs are going up. So it just shows that fund balance growing. If there were other projects that come about as this gets revisited, that would pull our actual operating reserves closer to the target. So that's That's kind of the presentation. Again, I just in quick summary, the things that we are recommending is an increase to the stormwater rate of $5 per ERU to $6 per ERU. So again, so for all single-family residential customers, they would just see a $1 a month increase. And we are also recommending a change in the billing methodology for commercial customers from the current methodology, which is that formula, to the industry standard, which is the ERU approach. If that change is made, then commercial customers would pay the same rate as residential customers. It would be $6 per ERU, but they would have a differing number of ERUs depending upon the actual impervious cover on that parcel.
All right, Councilor Harris.
When we're talking about financing through debt, are we talking about 2-year GO bonds?
We are assuming a 20-year, that each debt issue would be for a 20-year term.
20-year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and general obligation bonds?
Generally, yes, ma'am.
Does anybody have any additional thoughts or comments? Councilor Tobias.
Okay, I'm looking at your your slide 13, sir. So we're going to go from $6 correctly if approved. So you're going to go from 5 to 6, and then you're predicting future revenue rates. Would this be like the rate increase 25%? It would go up 25% from the $6?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be $750, and then you go to 2028, and that'll be $9.15 there, and then you go to the 15% increase. Maybe on my math's off, 915. So by the time you get to 2030, you'll be at $10.94, correct? From that $6.
That sounds correct.
Okay, so it's going to go up like every 2 years, or on the 2027, it's going to go up $1.50, then $1.65, and $1.37. So by the time we get up to 2030, we'll be at close to about $10, $11 for the fees, which is kind of still not where Austin and San Marcos is, but that's just a ballpark figure when I was just doing my numbers on how much the rates are going to go up in the next couple of years.
It is important to note that whenever we're comparing where you are now versus these other cities, that over that same time frame, most of these other cities will also be enacting rate increases as they go as well.
Okay.
And again, just the other comment that I would have on that is, right now, those are just projected rate increases.
Projected, yes.
We would always hope that they would be less than what we're looking at.
Okay. It's just kind of, I'm just going by the figures that you gave, sir, and just doing the math. Because again, when people are concerned about rate increases, water, taxes, food, everything, just kind of giving a summary of what we're looking at for the resident to kind of gauge if we're going by some of these future revenues increases by the 25, 22, and 15, and 4. What we're looking at. Okay, thank you.
I do also just want to emphasize too, one of the things that Grady mentioned, which is we're going to be doing an annual evaluation. And so, I mean, to his point, these are models, these are projections, but we'll do that evaluation each year based on how our CIP is changing, how many projects we're doing. At some point, we're going to have to update the drainage master plan too to get those next set of projects and just see what that looks like. But then we'll do all of that evaluation and see what we actually need. Operating costs. We'll be taking a look at that as well, and obviously trying to be very efficient with dollars in that regard as well. But we'll be doing that evaluation every year before we bring anything back as part of those annual rate adjustments.
Question.
Councilor Zuniga.
Yes, I had a quick question. So is the dollar increase going to pay for more storm drainage that we need as we grow, or is it being used primarily to pay for the operations of what we already have in storm drainage costs? So why is the increase necessary? I guess just summarize it, why is the increase necessary?
So this is going to sound like I'm dodging your question, and I promise that I'm not, but the answer is it's both. The operations and maintenance expenses for the utility are going up. We have assumed a rate of inflation on those, but again, there are also increased staffing. So as those costs go up, you have to bring in additional revenue. And in the first year, that is primarily what that rate increase is for. In latter years, and especially in those first 5 years, as we're assuming that these projects get funded and we're increasing the debt load on the utility, then a little bit more of those increases is also at that time going to fund the capital improvement projects for the stormwater utility.
And I guess you're trying to make the users with more impervious cover pay more. Is that what the calculation is trying to do here?
That is correct on the commercial side. All single-family residents would again pay the same. It doesn't matter if it's a small house or a large house. But for the commercial customers, yes, the more impervious cover that commercial customer has on that parcel, they would pay significantly more. So, for example, if you had a commercial customer that had 2,900 square feet of impervious cover, say it's a small business or something like that, they would just pay 1 ERU, so they would pay the $6 a month. If you have a Costco or Walmart or HEB, they may be 100,000, 150,000 square feet of impervious cover, whatever they happen to be, and so they're going to obviously pay much more.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted for the residents to get, I guess, the clear explanation of what the dollar increase was for.
So a couple things. This will be one of the last. Enjoy it while you got it, because I'm not going to be able to do this too much later. But the November of 2016 was we had as many folks who came here to protest the $5 fee because it went from 0 to 5, as are here tonight upset about the water bill increases. And the reason that the stormwater fee flood came to be was because we had 2 historic back-to-back floods in the city of Kyle. And it became very apparent that we were getting by not charging anyone for stormwater maintenance, but the bill came due in the form of flooded drainage ways, trees, and various, just the amount of flooding that was because of, or at least aided by, the fact that our stormwater system was not properly maintained was just very, very apparent. And so that was a very difficult decision to increase the rate from 0, and it was proposed initially at 3 and 5, and we had a big, long debate about what projects we wanted to fund. Because the thing is, when it comes to these decisions, there's 2 sides. We like to discuss that pretend there's only one side. There's not, there's 2. So the increased fee comes with increased projects. If you don't want to increase the fee, you can't do the projects. And you think, well, what is the long-term ramification for that? In the city of Kyle, as the city was growing, we were not investing in our stormwater drainage maintenance, and the bill came due. It cost a lot of money throughout the city, not just to the city itself, but also to residences that had where drainage systems were backed up. Lake Kyle, for example, was sized as a detention pond, and so we had to allow water water was not able to be collected as it was collected fast. It caused basically a backup, which one of the projects, along with others, were funded to increase that drainage. And so as to you said something earlier about you don't know how the calculation came to be. Well, at the time, I was on the commercial side. I owned property on I-35, and so it was a different calculation for me, so it was good for me to be able to look at it from both sides. But we wanted to be able to fund a certain number of projects, and we did not want to go above $5. We felt like going from 0 to 5 was huge. And so in order to get the projects funded that needed to be funded, we increased it on the commercial side to provide tax relief to the residents, or increase mitigation, I guess you should say. So it is kind of interesting to see that we're talking about two different things here. One is an increase in the base fee, and then a reduction in the commercial. And so that's really sort of the philosophical question I think that council needs to consider is, do you want to adjust back to the way that it was, or to this new format, understanding that essentially we're having to increase it on residential homes in order to collect the same amount of revenue, because we're reducing it, reducing the amount of revenue we collect on the commercial side. And there are arguments to be made there. And then the other thing I'll say about the increases is, back when the floods happened, this council was extremely focused on those particular projects. There were just a few of them. We were a smaller town back then. But right now, I would say this council's not even aware necessarily of what projects that y'all are proposing to implement over the next few years. And so there's kind of a question that we need to be asking ourselves as far as whether or not these projects are important and what impact they will have on our overall storm system. I do understand the idea of spending money for a master plan. We've invested in a lot of master plans, but annual reviews and master plans lead to increased costs. They also, in theory, lead to increased service in the form of better maintained and designed stormwater infrastructure. But I just haven't seen that connection. But I think in part that's because since 2016 and since we made that initial investment, put this enterprise fund together, we haven't really had stormwater issues since then. But the bill comes due if you make the decision the wrong way. So I'm not sure if y'all want to speak just briefly about what these proposed future increases are while the council considers, do you think that the proportion is correct the way that we have been? And, while we're in the middle of increasing our water rates and our tax rates, do we want to increase the stormwater rate on residential homes at the same time? And then if not, how are you gonna adjust for the various situations, or the various budget? So, can you speak just on the future projects? Because Councilor Tobias is correct. This is the beginning, but it's clear that you are intending to increase this fee. It's been $5 for 10 years, but it's about to double again. So I'm just trying to get a sense at least of why.
Yeah, so I cannot speak specifically to those projects. I'm not an engineer. And unfortunately, our engineer, Paul Morales, could not be here tonight because he had a prior engagement, family engagement. I don't know if Leon can speak to those.
I have some knowledge of some of the projects, if you wanted to specifically ask about one of those projects back on 10. When we prepared this list and the way we looked at it, we looked at low water crossings. We also looked at people that had been flooded or that had the potential, that were in the 100-year floodplain. That's how we looked at these projects. Good example is Four Oaks and Hitching Post. The very first one there, you'll see it's a $2.7 million budget. Pervez will correct me if I'm wrong, but every year we had been setting aside $500,000 for drainage projects, and $500,000 in today's money doesn't go very far. As you can see with that first item, $2.7 million. We have a culvert there at Sledge that overloads every time we get a decent rain. Now, it hasn't rained a whole lot, granted, but that thing would usually go under during a flood event. Also, we have some folks that are flooding up in the Four Oaks subdivision, and every time they get quite a bit of rain, I get a call because they've gotten the water in their house again. If you want to go to the Goforth Road, low water crossing, that wasn't really high on our list of projects when we first did that back in 2018, but recently we went and looked at a couple of culverts that are there. One of them's not in too bad a shape. The other one is in pretty bad shape. We're going to have a rehab done on that particular culvert. So the thought was, let's go ahead and get this one. It was on our list. Let's go ahead and upgrade this culvert and get it to meet the 100-year event or 25-year event on that section of Goforth. And again, the price is about $700,000. Need my glasses. $500,000. So again, these cost quite a bit of money. I don't know if there's any other projects that you wanted to talk about or look at. I will tell you, for example, in the Live Oak drainage, we're actually working with the developer of that townhome project there, along with the church's engineer, to resolve some drainage issues there. And we're We've been in constant communication with them. We're going to come up with a plan to resolve some of the issues the church has had with drainage, and also work with the developer to help provide some of that, share some of that cost.
Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Just
Who hasn't gone?
I haven't
I'm
gone
sorry,
yet.
Councilor Rousseau.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about, so Leon, what I'm looking at right here, it's a lot of projects for residential is what we're looking at. So that's probably why the dollar increase on the residential, because we're looking at Four Oaks, Go Forth, Live Oak, Moreno, Central Street, BB Road could be residential, commercial as well. Button Creek, so Roland's gonna be residential. So it's gonna be a lot of residential that we're looking at improving the drainage for, because these are homes that have been flooding. So is this the biggest part of the flooding that we found throughout the city, or did we do a bigger research for it?
These were the projects that were developed in 2018, and the Happen Associates did the first study. They commented that they'd never had this many projects come up on any of their previous projects they've worked on. They thought it was an extremely high number. These were all, we had staff look at this, Public Works, engineering, we all said, these are the places where we know we were flooded, 2013, 2015. These are the areas where we were hit the hardest. These are the areas which we want you to include. Some of these projects, we also asked them to include the ETJ, and there's about 5 projects that are in the master plan we did not include in this list. They're not included. We're just looking at the ones that are within the city limits. But anywhere there was, for example, on Live Oak, there's a house there that does flood. They've been flooding, I don't know how many times that they've flooded there. So that's one solution. We're trying to fix that particular problem, along with the church. They get quite a bit of water on a heavy rain.
There's 200 Gonzalez Street. We've been having some flooding issues there as well. I'd like to take a look at that. But yeah, I'm seeing we're looking at investing in, and I can see why the dollar increase for the residents, because it's mainly residential. And if it was commercial, I'd really be pushing on the commercial side to make sure they're paying their share, but it's more residential than anything else. Thank you, Leon.
Councilmember, I think Center Street drainage improvement, that's going to be part of that project to help that.
Okay, cool.
Councilor Harris.
For commercial, are stormwater drainage fees included in our fee structure for development?
They will be billed. I'm not sure if I can answer that question.
Yeah, they would just be part of the utility bill.
We don't have a development fee that relates to stormwater drainage? 'Cause
No,
we've got a
ma'am.
bunch of development fees.
Yeah, so like for example, like on water and wastewater, you have impact fees.
Right.
The city of Kyle currently does not have a stormwater impact fee. There always could be other fees that are negotiated as part of the development process, but to my knowledge, there are no exactions solely for stormwater.
We might want to consider doing that. I'm looking at, for instance, the Toll Brothers development, and thinking about how much runoff we're going to get from that, both into the Blanco and into other neighborhoods perhaps, since they've completely clear-cut the growth in that whole area. So we might want to consider doing that in the future. That might help with some of this as well.
And the other clarifying remark that I'll make, just because I haven't pointed this out, and it's a little bit different from the water and wastewater utility, is that stormwater fees are typically only levied within the city limits. So they typically are not being levied on customers outside the city limits. By law, you can levy stormwater fees to customers outside the city limits, but the city has to be providing a direct drainage benefit they're called benefited properties. You have to have
That particular
benefited
one is in the
properties.
city limits, but
Yes.
Councilor Heiser.
And Brian, as we're rewriting the development code right now, is that something that we can look at going in the code? And I guess I should have preempted the question with, is there something that we might be missing as to why it's not a built-in fee now, given the wealth of things that we charge fees for?
Sure, we can certainly take a look at it. I think, generally speaking, when you're doing a development, the outflows of water from that development and current conditions have to match whatever the new development conditions are. So that's part of the engineering that's done with that, which is probably why that fee is not imposed. But let us take a look at it and see if there's any examples of that. I'm not aware of one, but there might be something out there. I haven't seen it.
All right, any additional comments? Councilmember McKinney.
Now, my initial thought when I was looking at the rate increase and then the decrease for commercial was that, you know, we're subsidizing our commercial with our residential fees, and I had a really hard time with that. I do understand now after the presentation that it's kind of more of an equitable system of assigning the cost to it, but I still just have a hard time.
It's tough because
It's-
when we
just doesn't feel
set the
right.
fees, we actually made it inequitable towards commercials in favor of the residential. But as has been noted, it is the residential that provides the majority of the stormwater impact. So it's it's a good point both ways.
Yeah, that's gonna be my comment as well. I mean, you would assume that the commercial would be the ones that would have the largest drain off. Like, you know, you hear about these, you know, big developments, but it's the individual residents that get hit the most in backyards and so forth. I deal a lot with that over there in South Lake Ranch. Those people get flooded out all the time. But it's not because of a business, it's just because of the area.
Well, I think the bigger question outside of just maybe restructuring is, you know, whether or not we want to have staff continue to move forward with these projects. Because as the, you know, folks are gonna understand with this budget item we have to vote on, we're voting on an item based on projects that the voters approved 3 years ago. And here we are having conversations about budgets where we are approving projects to come that will have increased fees. And the projects have a specific purpose, but at the time that the bill comes due, that purpose may or may not be clear to those who, you know, will or will not like the fact that their fees went up. So the $1 now is really just a readjustment. It's not actually an increase in revenue, but the proposal is to increase revenue in the future. And I would advise council to say something if you want to try to push the projects further out, or reduce some of the projects, or eliminate some of the projects, or give a cap and say, because there is an argument to be made. We have a cap. Every decision has a trade-off both ways. Just like on the tax rate, we don't have $294 million worth of road projects. We had more. It started out over $400 million, but we brought it down because we wanted to propose something we thought that the voters would approve because they're the ones who pay for it. So, anybody have any thoughts on that, or are we good with the projects that are being proposed here? Councilmember Harris.
So we're looking at 2026, 10 million in new bond?
Yes, that's correct. That's the proposal, and we feel good about the projects in '26. Going forward, what I would recommend is that we do update that drainage master plan and come back and have a different discussion about projects moving 27 to 35. It's a long period of time. It's been almost 7, 8 years since that study was done. I do think it's time to do that again, but for '26, these are all projects that we know are needed. There is a legitimate question the mayor's raised. If you want to spread that out over a longer period of time, that's certainly something we can do if directed.
So the 10 million is in the current budget?
Yes, ma'am. So that would be proposed to be issued and paid for as part of these fees. That's correct.
So it's already budgeted in the budget?
In the
we're going to be
proposed budget, yes,
considering.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And if we don't adopt these new rates, we do not have the money to fund all of these. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, well, the rates that we're adopting don't increase our revenues. The actual rate increase will be next year, correct, or no? That's what I thought the slide said.
That is correct. For 2026, we're basically trying to hold your revenue the same. Again, basically what we're doing in 2026 is reallocating where that revenue is coming from between single-family residential and commercial.
But how do you have projects to be funded? How do you fund $10 million worth of projects in 2026 when the rates are going to be flat in the 2025, 2026 budget that we're about to vote on?
Your fund balance is currently above the required minimum or the recommended minimum of 3 months worth of reserves. So instead of increasing your revenue and generating additional income, we're basically taking that fund balance. You would be running a deficit. Anytime that this dashed line is below the bars, the utility would be running a deficit, spending more money than it's bringing in. So
Right, but we don't have $10 million in the fund.
No, you're issuing debt for that. So it's your annual
Amortized
payments are not going to be $10 million. They're going to be amortized over a 20-year.
Right, but the debt issuance comes after a project is approved, designed, and ready for construction. We're trying to be not the ones who are basically, oh, we approved this and now we have to raise the rates because it's too late. I'd like for us to make an affirmative decision on that, so we understand what we're doing.
Yes, if you were to issue $10 million in debt, say this year, you would more than likely have to increase rates at some point in the future, in the near future, to service that increased debt service, because that is going to cause your expenses to go up.
Well, and there's also future projects that are in this pro forma as well. Those projects could be delayed or postponed or eliminated as well. But I think Grady's correct. I mean, there are costs that we're assuming for issuing this debt that are going to be paid in future years, and some of the rate increases are going to be necessary to pay for that. So it's all kind of in that model. If those are projects that you're not interested in doing, we need to know so we can adjust the figures for it.
So Brian. So I guess where I'm having an issue with it is that we're dropping the commercial side and then raising $1 there. I think I'd be more comfortable with just keeping the commercial where it's at and raising $1, because then it's going to help alleviate some of that debt later on in the future off the residents. But if we're dropping the commercial side down, raising the residents just to be flat, I mean, I have a hard time explaining that to the residents. I'm raising you $1, but I'm taking them down. I think it'd be more advantageous for us to keep the commercial where it's at right now. Tell the residents we're raising $1 because we've got these projects going on, and I think they would understand it better. But I'm just having a hard time seeing why we're dropping the commercial side when we're going to have these increases later.
One idea would be to leave the fee the same, the $5 the same, but to adjust to the equitable rate structure, which means that we would actually have a reduction this year in the amount of revenue that we raise. But as long as we can maintain the fund balance reserves that are required, I think that would be something like $300,000 with the understanding that these projects move forward, then we bring it all up at the same time. Councilman Rizzo is correct. We're conflating two different things. One is an equity structure, and one is a total amount that each person or business is paying in order to fund projects. And so right now, it looks like we're raising residential and lowering commercial. So it's like we're raising our fees now, when really what we're doing is proposing to raise them next year. So it looks like we're raising them this year, but we're actually raising them next year. So if we could find a way to keep the rate the same, base rate the same, but make the system equitable, then if the council approves the budget moving forward, we know there's going to be debt issuances, then you can raise it all together next year in order to cover that debt service.
And that would be an option. That would likely mean higher rate increases next year because you're falling behind this year.
That is the challenge. Councilmember McKinney.
You're not going to be here, so. Actually, I was brainstorming here, and I think, Councilman Rizzo kind of beat me to it. I don't think any of the residents are really going to complain about the $1. But then when you see that the commercial amount is dropping, and I don't think any of us are willing to take a chance on postponing stormwater projects. I mean, that becomes a safety issue. You know, we're talking about flooding issues here. I'd be in favor of doing the $1 increase on the residents and then leaving commercial as it is. So far as I'm aware, none of the commercial
if we leave the
have
commercial,
asked us for any kind of
they have not.
help or
Right.
had issues with paying their stormwater bills or anything along those lines.
They do
It's
not.
not
They
an
do
issue.
not come. They do not vote. That is correct. But that's also still something to consider. You know, we raised impact fees from 5,000 to 12,000 to 20,000. So that those fees are happening. But the question is that the calculation, the way we currently do it, you're saying isn't working, or is it fine and you're just proposing a different structure?
It's fine. There's nothing, I don't think that it violates state statute in any manner. But it is certainly not the industry norm within Texas or within the rest of the country. And so that's just what we were looking at for the commercial customers, is what if we changed the way that we're billing them and made it the industry standard? Because my understanding is that if we change, let's say, and I'll be honest, I don't necessarily remember what the commercial rate is. I think it's like 0.21 cents per square foot or something like that. My understanding is that if that rate changes, then these constants, the 1.5424 and 0.5064, would also need to be updated. And so it's just trying to go back and research how are those numbers originally developed, and if we change that commercial rate either this year or in the future, how do we do that correctly by updating some of these constants that are also tied into whatever their rate is. So basically what we were trying to do is make it a little bit less complicated on the commercial side by using the industry norm.
Well, I think I would suggest we leave it exactly as is, because we are tackling other issues tonight, and understand that next year, if we approve this budget, this dais will be the ones that will have to decide whether we want to move forward with those projects. But just to understand also, if you approve the budget and these projects move forward, they come to us for debt issuance. We've already spent money, and the debt issuance is oftentimes a reimbursement or an already designed project. And so it's just good to be proactive and affirmative in your mind about what you're doing. And if we leave everything as is, the other thing is, if you're making the increase next year, potentially you can readjust it at that time.
So I'd like to make a motion for option 2.
All right, motion is made by Councilmember Zuniga, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, that we do not approve the increase in drainage charges or use the industry standard to determine the commercial customer drainage rates. Is there discussion on that motion?
Yeah,
Does this mean that we're not going to be able to stay on pace with those projects?
No, the revenue, I believe, will be the same next year. It's just the increase in rates is really just for the residential. Correct.
If you don't mind going back, Grady, to that slide that showed the revenues, I think you can see that there.
Yep.
So it is roughly the same, this proportions, who pays, how is that calculated, that's the issue.
Technically, we chose the option that puts more money in the bank this year, but
Funding for next year.
But yes.
For the projects for next year.
Just for purposes of the minutes, that is a motion to deny the ordinance.
Did I say that correctly?
You read it off you read the option correctly. It's also effectively a motion to deny the ordinance.
That's right. But so an aye vote is a vote to deny.
Correct.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
All right. Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the chart. It's great to see what projects we got coming down the pipe.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up is agenda item 34, conduct a public hearing to obtain comments on the City of Kyle's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-2026, totaling $603,537,633 for all city funds, including rate increase for water and wastewater service rates, increase for drainage fees, increase for solid waste service rates, all other fees and charges for various city services as provided for in the fee schedule, capital improvement plan expenditures, and the addition of 24 new full-time positions. See all related backup material on item number 36. This item is a public hearing, but does have a presentation.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mohit.
So Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, council members, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. I just have a brief presentation. So this is the first of two public hearings scheduled on the city's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. The second public hearing on the city's proposed budget is scheduled to be held at 7 p.m. on September 16th at Kyle City Hall, 100 West Center Street. On today's meeting agenda, council's meeting agenda, the city council is scheduled to consider on first reading adopting the city's budget for fiscal year 25-26. Here are a few highlights of the proposed budget that's included in the city manager's budget that was presented to you on July 26th. The total budget is $603.5 million for all city funds. This includes water, wastewater, general fund, drainage fund, and the rest of all the other funds that the city has. $460.4 million in planned CIP spending in fiscal year 25-26. These are all street, road, water, wastewater, drainage, parks, all those projects. The 5-year CIP spending plan that's in this budget is $1.3 billion. There are 24 new positions proposed for a total of 470 positions. Proposed property tax rate of 0.5957 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. Rate increase for water and wastewater service in FY 25-26 varies for inside city customers and outside city customer classes. There was an increase in storm drainage fees for 25-26, but council just voted to remove that. There is a 2.5% increase in solid waste service rates per contracts with Texas Disposal. And then all the details are included in the budget document. A complete copy of the city's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26, including all associated documents, are available on the city's website. And Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
All right, this item's not a discussion, it's a public hearing, so if there are no objections, I'm gonna open the public hearing now. All right, is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on the budget? Please state your name for the record, thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. I know I've talked already today a couple times, but I stand here as a neighbor who's no stranger to really the daily grind of making local government work. I get it. We have multiple sides to the story. I think Mayor said that today. For me personally, it's important that we just do our due diligence. In Kyle, due diligence means transparency. Yet this debt and our raising water and wastewater rates all expose a disconnect between voters and City Hall. This proposed budget and city's debt picture paints a concerning portrait of obligations stacking up. You're asking me to shoulder an additional $650 this year, considering all the possible tax and utility increases we will inherit by adopting this proposed budget. We in Kyle face a critical moment to balance progress with accountability. This isn't about halting growth. It's about growing wisely. I encourage those of you here now on council and future candidates to understand that leadership means engaging taxpayers honestly, honoring voter intent, and protecting our long-term financial health, which I spoke to earlier. That's not just good policy, it really is the leadership our community deserves. My message is the same as I had back in June following budget workshops. Seek operational cost savings through delaying non-critical hires, deferring non-essential projects, leveraging other revenues, and phasing bond issuance. Even the discussion that we had earlier, the previous agenda item or today, no alternatives. It was staff recommendation saying, hey, this is the way. If it wasn't for each of you doing your due diligence, an alternative may not have come up. I know there were options 1, 2, and 3, right? But even a dive deeper into the methodology or the standard, there's tiers that are available for an individual home that you could implement. So these discussions can happen during those workshops. So then when we get to this point, we know that that decision has been vetted. I appreciate the time, effort, and energy that's gone into at least giving us an opportunity to present our position here as a community. I look forward to the decision that you'll be making, and I'll see you on the next agenda item.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak on the budget? Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Again. I'm Vic Allen. Thank you for the help that I've gotten to work out the details of the presentation that I've had this evening. But what I found in the process was relatively somewhat disturbing because I was an IT major and I look at this data, and this data is written in how many user blocks and how many bills are generated. Why wasn't this data generated in where's the gallonage going rather than how many bills are generated? I met with Perez, and he told me how to interpret this, and that's how I came up with all the data of where all the gallonage went. Why am I doing this? And why doesn't the city have, direct, IT platforms in place to come up with this information, so we don't have 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 people that are over the 12,000 gallon a month limit? And why isn't the city water department doing something about it? I went to speak to my superintendent and I said, you're running your meter every day? He had no idea because the installer came, hooked them up, and then just turned it on. So it's, am I bitching about it? Yeah, but some things can be done, and I'm not sure that anything's being done. And that's my frustration. So I just hope that there's improvements made in the water department. I talked to Mr. Murphy a couple weeks ago about some of the new things that he had talked about. But these type of data sets where you've got 52 people in the in-city, 52 bills in the in-city and 83 bills in the outside of the city marcations, these should be daily flags that come up in the IT department. Who are these people? Where's this, 3,000 or 4,000, if they repeat 2 or 3 days in a row, why isn't someone out there talking to the property manager? So that's just my 2 cents. It's just, I think it can be managed more effectively, and I hope that you get there.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hello, Stephanie McDonald back again. I wanted to talk to you about what we just heard in presentations and how it affects the budget. Your budget affects our budget. We heard the presentation recognizing Hunger Action Month. Councilmember Rizzo is especially familiar with the food bank and the people that are using that and just the situations they're in. All of you just heard that. It's an astounding figure that was given with the percentage of residents that are served and the percentage of residents one step away from needing to utilize that food bank. Search your conscience. Stop this madness. Go back to the drawing board concerning the budget. You still have time to make positive changes for our city. It's just really sad that there are going to be people that are going to be direly affected by the decisions you're making up here. And we've been sounding the alarm on water. People do not even have a clue what's going to happen with the wastewater. Wait till that hits. These people are there's going to be people that are going to be in really bad shape. Think about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward? Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Derek Van.
proud graduate of Texas State, finance, management, and spent a whole lot of time in what used to be Derrick Hall to come up with a formula. The only way to balance a budget is to increase income or decrease expenses. That's it. That's literally it. And as we talk about balancing the budget, the push for the 77% with the water increase, that's over the top. And so the thought would be, as you try to balance, and we understand the difficulty there is in balancing a budget, but in doing so, to consider that there's some who feel very burdened by the potential of a 77% water increase. That's really all that there is to say about that piece of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Yvonne Flores-Kale. So I just want to point out a few things. First and foremost, I would like to know how many evaluations are in the current budget. We all just saw a presentation regarding evaluations that would be needed for the stormwater drainage. And if you guys plan on doing that, I'm wondering if you're going to put it off another year or if there's something in the budget for that. Also, I want to remind you that this increase in the rate that you guys, in our tax rate, is allowable by the bond vote of 2020 and 2022. However, as a reminder, not all bonds have been called. My question to you guys is, how much do we still have uncalled for the 2020 Parks bond? How much do we have uncalled for the 2022 road bond? What will our taxes look like when we are fully bonded out? This doesn't include any future bonds. So my ask to you guys is to consider what our overall debt, whether that be bond or CIP, what does that look like and what is that going to look like in the future? If we're increasing up to 27% rate this year, what is it going to be next year? And what is it going to be the year after that when we continue to increase our expenses? So I hope you guys take that into consideration.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. Next up is agenda item 35, conduct a public hearing to obtain comments on the proposal to adopt the City of Kyle's ad valorem tax rate at 59.57 cents per $100 of taxable assessed value for tax year 2025, fiscal year 25-26. See all related backup material, related item agendas 2 of 5. Does anybody wish to come forward and speak on the proposed tax rate? You want to present first, Professor?
Yes,
Sorry.
sir.
Yes, all right, 1 second. Go ahead. Sorry. I have a cadence with public hearings. I forget about the presentation. Go ahead.
So once again, for the record, I'm Preparedness, City's Director of Finance. Here again, this is the first of 2 public hearings scheduled on the city's proposed ad valorem tax rate or property tax rate for tax year 2025. The second public hearing on the city's proposed property tax rate is scheduled to be held at 7 p.m. on September 16th at Kyle City Hall, 100 West Center Street. On today's council meeting agenda, the City Council is scheduled to consider a proposal to set the city's ad valorem tax rate or property tax rate for tax year 2025 or fiscal year 2025-26 at 0.595 cents per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. The city's ad valorem tax rates or property tax rates for tax year 25 are as follows. No new revenue tax rate is calculated at 0.488509 per $100. Voter approval tax rate, as calculated, is 0.595715 per $100. And the city's proposed tax rate is 0.5957 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. The proposed tax rate of 59.57 per 100 is an increase of 0.1264 per $100 or 26.93% as compared from the city's current adopted tax rate of 0.4693 per $100. The city's proposed tax rate of $59.57 per $100 is higher than the no revenue tax rate of 0.488509 per $100. This is an increase of 0.107191 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation, or 21.94% from the no new revenue tax rate. Lastly, the proposed tax rate of $59.57 per $100 is lower than the voter approval tax rate of 0.595715 per $100 for tax year 2025 or fiscal year 25-26. Here's a comparison of what the impact is of the proposed tax rate on an average home value in Kyle, Texas, within city limits, and the average annual property tax bill. So on this chart, we're showing the average home value for 26 as compared to 25, the property tax rate, the proposed tax rate as compared to the adopted tax rate, what the property tax levy would be, and then the homestead reduction that the city of Kyle allows. So for 2026, the average home value in Kyle, based on the certified tax roll, is $315,422, which is a decrease of $9,305 as compared to 2025. The average home value in Kyle was reduced in 26. If you were to use the proposed tax rate of $59.57 and apply it to the average home value of $315,422, the property tax levy is $1,878.97 before the homestead reduction. Homestead reduction on that same house, on the average valued home, is $238.28 based on the proposed tax rate of 0.5957. So the average tax bill on an average valued home for next year, the bills that will go out in October, the average bill will be $1,640.69 for the City of Kyle's portion of property tax. As you know, there are other jurisdictions on our tax bill, ACC, the Hays County, the Conservation District, ESDs. So the total estimated tax bill on an average home, if the proposed tax rate of $59.57 is adopted by council, will be an increase of $304.47. The proposed tax rate of $59.57 per $100 for tax year 2025 will raise more revenues from property taxes than in the prior tax year. During today's council meeting, the City Council is posted to vote on the property tax rate of $59.57 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation for tax year 2025 on first reading of the tax rate ordinance. A complete copy of the 2025 tax rate calculation worksheet is attached to this agenda item. In addition, a complete copy of the city's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26, including property tax rate calculations and all associated documents that are available on the city's website. And Mayor and Council, with that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. If there are no objections, now I'm going to open the public hearing. All right, seeing none, public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on the tax rate? Please state your name for the record.
Hello, Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. So I rise in opposition to the proposed ad valorem tax rate. That's a hard word. I think it's been said today. For the average Kyle homeowner, this means about $155 more every month if you include taxes here, county taxes, school district, ESD fire, community college, and rising utility fees. That's about $1,863 a year of increase. That's not abstract. It's my groceries, it's my mortgage, it's gas, getting to work. And with the population growth at about 8% annually, I think that's the average, and tax levies exploding to approximately 32%, it is evident that we don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. Budgets are about priorities, and I urge you to reject this rate and show discipline, because without it, you're leaving me holding the bag. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak on the tax rate? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. All right, next up is agenda item 36, first reading. Consider approval of an ordinance adopting the annual budget totaling $603,537,633 and as amended by City Council for all city funds for the ensuing fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, appropriating revenue and expenditure amounts thereof for all city funds, authorizing rate increase for water and wastewater service rates, increase in storm drainage fees, increase for solid waste service charges, all other fees and charges for various city services as provided for in the fee schedule, capital improvement plan expenditures, addition of 24 new full-time equivalent positions, and for the carryover of encumbrances, all associated schedules and documents, and repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. A copy of the proposed budget is available for public inspection at cityofkyle.com/media/7228. 6. Related agenda item 3 of 5 and roll call vote requested. Mr. Mohit.
Mayor and Council, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. So under this agenda item, the City Council is posted to consider on first reading the budget ordinance to adopt the city's operating and capital budget for fiscal year 25-26. The first of two public hearings scheduled on the city's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 was held earlier today on this council meeting agenda. Very briefly, the highlights of the proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 includes $603.5 million total proposed budget for all city funds, $460.4 million in planned CIP spending for fiscal year 25-26, $1.3 billion in 5-year CIP spending plan, 24 new positions, proposed property tax rate of $59.57 per $100, rate increase for water and wastewater services in 25-26, varies for inside city and outside city customer classes. Cost of service study details have been provided on the city's webpage. There are no storm drainage fee increases anymore in the proposed budget. 2.5% increase in solid waste service rates per contract terms with Texas Disposal. And then, of course, all the detailed budget documents are available on the city's webpage. Special notes for council for tonight before you move on the main motion. During the earlier council meetings and budget workshop discussions, council had inquired about two items as to what amount was included in the proposed budget. One was for Hays County Food Bank, and the other one was for Hays Caldwell Women's Center. $15,000 is included in the budget for Hays County Food Bank, and if council wishes to adjust this amount, a motion to amend the proposed budget by that specific amount is recommended. Then for the Hays Caldwell Women's Center, the proposed budget includes $15,000. Here again, To adjust this amount, a motion to amend the proposed budget by a specific amount is recommended by staff. And then finally, for the main motion, Mayor and Council, a roll call vote is requested. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any particular items that they wish to zero in on with the budget? I think this is our fourth meeting on it, third meeting on it. So we've been here for a while, so. Councilor Tobias.
Yes, if I could just get a clarification on the 2.5% increase on the solid waste contract.
So the city of Kyle has a contract with Texas Disposal Systems for providing solid waste services, which includes trash pickup, recycle. And in that agreement, there's a defined cost adjustment for TDS that the city has agreed to. For next fiscal year, the contract requires that the city adjust their rates by 2.5%. So the trash rates will go up by 2.5% based on that contract that we entered into with TDS.
All right, anyone else? Councilor Zuniga.
Council members, in light of a lot of what we've heard tonight, our residents will be struggling this year with a lot of increasing in fees and rates in our budget. So I think that we could do a little bit better planning and maybe support the women's shelter and food bank by $20,000 each. So that's going up from 15 to extra 5. Because as we heard, there's a lot more in inflation tackling the dollars.
So did you say to increase 20,000 each?
Increase them to 20.
To 20,000 each.
They're
is
at
the
15.
proposal.
Each one is 15. Right?
Does anybody have any thoughts on that proposal?
I mean, I'm perfectly okay with it.
Well,
As long as we got room in the budget to bring it up, I'd be okay with it. I know both could really benefit from it.
Well, I will point out, Pervez has been around long enough to hear when I was the mean guy and voted against the initial proposals that were for this because everything has a trade-off. So we're taking money from taxpayers in order to provide it to a nonprofit. And so it was brought up about earlier, she's not in here to hear that, but about how that organization has increased demands, and here we are using taxpayer dollars to support it. And so there's an irony to that, and there's also, a trade-off. So I am happy to support that now. I've come around to those particular organizations. I do think they both serve extremely broad and very important community needs that our partnership helps. And then also other jurisdictions have helped to support them as well. They've been there, both, and the food bank in particular have been there just mightily in the midst of our most pressing times in helping us to serve food to not just the unhoused, but to literally thousands who had lost their jobs. And so it's an important resource, and I'm happy to support that as well. Are you comfortable with the number that was proposed?
I would like to point out that is a $10,000 decrease from what the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center got last year.
Is that what you want to do?
Well, look, I want to make sure we're clear. In the current budget, it's $15,000. This is an additional 15 to take it to 30. Is that correct, Pervez?
No, we have a total of 15,000.
15 total, okay.
For each. But last year it was 30.
It was 15 initially, and then came back and asked for another 15.
Right.
But then it
staff
wasn't.
proposed it back at the original amount.
Correct.
Yes. So we're proposing to increase it. And then do we want this to be the new standard, or we want to give direction here in the middle of this to say this is where we want the next year's proposal, so Brian can have that clear direction?
I mean, if there's support for it, I'd rather just do the 30 that we had talked about a couple months ago when we had voted, I think 7-0 to increase it by $15,000.
Why did we decrease it?
It wasn't decreased. It was just the original budget allotment was, the original ask was 15K.
Okay.
But then I came back and asked for 15,000 more
For each
a
one?
couple of months ago, maybe earlier in the year. Just
for the
for
women.
HCWC, yeah. And we approved that, but then it just wasn't solidified in the budget at that 30K rate. That wasn't part of the motion. So, I mean, that's my bad for not doing that back then, but that's why we're back at 15.
And I think to be fair, taking up 20 and taking it 20 to the food bank, it would distribute it evenly, and that would be that 10 there.
And it's the new standard.
Okay, everything here requires motion, second, and vote in order to make an amendment, so.
So, but it is in the budget for that additional 5,000, not,
It's
no, you're
currently in
gonna
the
have to-
budget, both organizations are budgeted for 15,000. To go for each up by 5 to be 20,000, we'll have to make a motion to add 5,000 in the budget for both.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to increase the 25-26 budget for Hayes County Food Bank and Hayes Caldwell Women's Center to $30,000 each respectively. What?
Second.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, that we increase the amount by 15,000 each to have a total of 30,000 for both the food bank and the Women's Center. Is there discussion on that motion?
So a total of 60.
Perez, do we have room for that in the budget, or are we gonna have to take it from something?
We have some room in
A little
the
wiggle
fund
room.
balance. This would come out of from the estimated fund balance of the general fund.
Has anybody got their speaker on? Could they turn them off, please? Getting a lot of feedback. When you're not talking, please turn off your speakers. What do you call it, Perez? Look, honestly, I think it's a great motion. These are, I don't look at them as charity. I look at these people that are coming in and providing a service when it comes to the battered women in our community. That's really important to make sure that they have a safe place to go. I mean, it's important, and seeing the increase in the lines has really given me some concerns, especially with less federal funding available. A lot of those programs are being cut at the federal level, so I know that the food banks around the country are going to be struggling. So I think it's important to fund these places because they provide a service for our community.
All right, any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? All right. Motion carries 7-0.
Mayor, no, we don't need to avoid any confusion, the current proposed budget includes in the fee schedule the increased storm drainage rate. I would request a motion to remove that.
Okay, can you give me the motion on, language on that? All right, I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed budget to reflect the action that council took earlier to leave our stormwater fees and the process of calculating those fees the same.
Second.
All right, motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, any other items? Any other requests? The only thing I just had a couple comments that I wanted to make on the budget, and it has to do a lot with, just the commentary that I heard tonight. And the question is, is the city council failing by increasing the tax rate and increasing the budget? And if you asked 3.5 out of 10 people, the answer would be yes, because we proposed $300 million in road bond projects in 2022. And in the same year, in the same month, we proposed $65,000 in reduction in property taxes in the form of a homestead exemption. That was also a unanimous vote of council, and that was very pleasantly received. But the truth is, if you ask the voters what is more important to them, what is the most important thing to them that they want us to spend our money on and to spend it now, they will say to improve our road infrastructure. And the voters will reflected that. That was the easy vote. This is the hard vote. This is the vote that consummates that. And it is to be noted that the tax rate could have been lower, except for the fact that the city council chose to defease $4 million extra in debt in order to build up the capacity needed to provide all $294 million in road bonds without increasing the tax rate above the voter-approved rate. And so when you put all of those things together, you know, I would say, what I would say is, when it comes to, when I ask and talk to the average resident, not just the people here, but the average resident, what is the most important thing to them? 100 to 1 will say, fix our roads. 100 to 1. 1 out of 100 will say city taxes are too high. And that is just the truth. That's the nature of the reality of the political environment that we face. And so that's the proposal that we made very transparently to the voters, and the voters approved that overwhelmingly by a 2 to 1 margin. And so this vote and this budget does reflect the commitment that we made and the agreement that we signed, not up here by ourselves, but with the voters. 2022 was a massive election. 15,000 people voted, something like that, maybe a little less, I'm not sure, but it was a lot. A lot of people voted. A lot of Kyle residents had a say in whether or not they wanted us to go into more debt in order to fix the roads that have been neglected. And the thing is, historically, the way that this works, and I've been around long enough to see it, there's always a trail. There's a decision that's made by a council that feels good, and then in the future council has a very hard decision to make in order to rectify that easy decision. And that's what took place right before I was on council, when the voters approved in 2013 a road bond package, and at the time, roads were much cheaper and the proposal was smaller, but there was still a large tax rate increase proposed. And they decided to build, it was overwhelmingly approved, but the city council, even though it was approved, said, we're gonna design and build these roads one at a time. And as a result, when I was elected, we had basically done one road, and we had 7 or 8 more that the voters had been begging us at a very large rate, just as intense as what we have here tonight, to fix. And we ended up being far behind on those projects. We still had to raise taxes, but at the same time, we went over budget because we waited so long that the cost of the roads went up. And as a result, Lehman Road on the east side has 1 less lane than it was supposed to have. That's the consequence. Everything you do in local government has a trade-off. So 3.5 out of 10 people have a right to say, that's not what I voted for, that's not what I want you to do, I will not vote for you in the upcoming election if it's the most important issue to them. But 6.5 out of 10 would say, according to the best poll that we ever took on such a matter, that they want us to continue to move forward. And so while I've been an advocate for fiscal restraint for a very long time, you know, I took a vote to send this to the voters and entered into a contract with them. And they said overwhelmingly, fix our roads. And so I also at the same time talked to the council for a very long time about, if we do this, if the voters say yes, the bill doesn't come due this year, it doesn't come due next year, it comes to due in the following year after that, and we're here at that point. But there's something to be proud of. This is the side of the vote that's hard because we're talking about a budget and we're talking about an increased tax rate. On the other side of that, we have developed 20-something miles of road improvements, and I don't know how many of actual road reconstruction and new pathways in the city, projects that are breaking ground and are going to make a huge impact on the residents' lives. New pathways, smoother roads. I would be very happy to not see reports of buses falling into potholes anywhere near the city of Kyle, or no shoulders, no medians, no sidewalks, treacherous conditions getting to school, those kind of situations. You know, there's a trade-off where the budget that we are voting for here is not only an increase in services or costs, but it is also an increase in services, measurably, demonstratively. So thank you for letting me say that. This is my 8th budget to vote for. I've voted for all of them. And so whatever is, comes, I've put my vote on every single one. I stand behind them. The first budget was $78 million. So we've come a long way between that vote and this one, but the city's needs have also come a long way. So anyway, that's my talk on the budget. I'm happy to vote for it. I'm happy to make a motion if anybody doesn't have anything more they want to say. Now that I've
Yeah,
talked
I
for a
just want
minute.
to say
Go ahead.
one thing, and I kind of alluded to this at the last meeting, but the items, the budget increase request for the drone program is something that I do not support until we have a functional policy around data retention in place, which we are working on, so I know that it is coming. I would just prefer that we didn't vote to increase the budget for those items until we actually have that policy done.
Is the budget increase that's proposed based on the grant funding we intend to receive?
So we have 2 drones that are proposed. One is grant funded and one is funded out of this budget.
Right, but that was in the original proposal, the one. The grant funding added another.
Second one, yes.
But did that change in this budget?
We get that in as an
So
amendment.
the original budget has $150,000 for the first drone. The grant funding will need to be appropriated. So if we are going to remove the drone program or put it on suspense, then there ought to be, I would recommend, a motion to set aside $150,000 in general fund and the grant fund.
Set aside?
For whatever duration you want the chief to come back or the city manager to come back with a policy.
But if the chief wishes to bring forward the purchase of the drones, we still vote on it at that point in time?
Yes.
Yes.
But the budget includes the funding for both.
Yes.
I believe that was the question you had. It has both, the grant funded and the general fund funded.
So how did that change? Because the first budget that was proposed from that point, I thought it couldn't change without an amendment.
So the grant application council authorized at that time, when the chief was applying for it, he was granted full authorization to accept when that grant was approved.
But that changed our budget?
The appropriation, no. So the current proposed budget, as it is now that you're about to vote on, has only $150,000 in general fund dollars for one drone. The grant-funded drone is not in the proposed budget because we did not know at the time when the budget was put together.
Okay, so that's, I hear y'all saying two exactly opposite things.
Yeah, I think maybe I've confused it, but the item would need to come back for the $150,000 for the grants. Is that correct?
Yes, we'll have to amend the budget.
Okay.
Okay, so that means that this budget does not include the increase, is what I'm hearing. It is the original
$150,000 for
budget.
grant, for general fund funding that's in the budget, not the grant
Well,
fund.
the one drone is in the budget. So if this budget is approved as is, you are approving one drone for the PD department that is funded from general fund.
Okay. Councilman Harris.
Well, to address Councilmember Heiser's question, I believe that our motion on the drones was that they would not be purchased until the guidelines were approved, that the purchase was on hold.
I don't,
You don't think
I
that's the
don't think
case?
that's what happened.
No, I don't think that's what happened, Mayor, if I could. Yeah, I'm not good with holding off on this. I think what we should do is move forward with the drones, but make sure that they're not operational until we have the guidelines set, the parameters. So when we have that come in, because I'm worried about the funding going away and then not being able to buy the drones later, so, and then cost increases. I mean, so I'm thinking about public safety, and that's something that's gonna always trump with me is public safety, making sure that we are keeping our community safe, keeping our officers safe is important as well. So I would be okay with moving forward with the drones, but making sure we don't, the drones aren't operational until we have a policy behind them, making sure that we are comfortable with the policy as well.
So Mayor and Council, I would recommend that there be a budget amendment to include the second drone, which is grant funded, but with the direction that the purchases will be on hold until the policy is approved by council.
And if I could just add a little further clarification, we did get that direction about the data policy. That is in process. We expect to be able to bring back a discussion on that in October. So council will have that discussion, and if that's the direction, as Pervez mentioned, to proceed but not purchase until that data policy is in place, then we certainly can do that. Those would be procurement items that would have to come back to the council for approval anyway.
Councilmember Zuniga.
Yeah, I just have to agree with Councilmember Rizzo. I wouldn't, I think that having drone technology, it is innovation for our department, and I wouldn't want to compromise public safety. So that decision should be made by, like, the recommendation by our Kyle PD. You know, if they've requested that in their budget, they looked at it, and we need to find ways to, you know, reduce crime and look at hazards, and those drones give eyes in the sky of, you know, things that we need to find. So I would support putting that in the budget.
No one's disputing the good it could do for public safety. It's never been in question. What's in question is the data policies that surround these technologies that you're talking about. And what you just said is the same outcome as what Councilmember Rizzo said. You just chose to say it differently.
Well,
So
we don't really know what the data policy is and how it's stored or
Well, yeah,
shared.
well, if he's saying let's fund the budget, but let's not use them until we have a policy in place, and you're saying and I'm saying let's not fund it, and then when we get the policy, then we can choose to fund it if we want. How is the outcome any different?
I would not want to purchase something that I'm not going to use. So if they're purchased, then they need to be utilized. That's what
Okay.
taxpayer dollars were spent for.
Understood.
Well, this is a budget conversation. I understand that there's disagreement on that particular item, but it is a very small percentage of the overall budget. And so we can make a motion and a vote to remove it and see how the chips fall, and then decide whether or not that particular item is worth voting against the overall budget, which is voting against everything. And so that has happened before on this council, where there have been statements made. Once it was over $50,000, two people said they weren't going to support the budget over $50,000. And so we ultimately had to decide whether we were willing to allow for a divided vote on the budget. And so there's different ways to handle that. I prefer for us to have a unanimous vote on the budget, but I understand if here at the end we want to vote against it based on a very small item that we will get to vote again on later. Is there any further discussion? Or would you like to make a motion to remove that item so that you can at least take one vote on that one and then vote on the budget as a whole?
No, I mean, I'm going to vote to approve the budget. I just want to be on the record. I don't have the support to table this. So I've read the room for multiple meetings now, and I'm not just going to make you guys vote to be performative. I've spoken my
I'm
piece.
certainly on the other side. I would very much like to see that program come forward so that I get a chance to vote on it
And I
before
appreciate
I
that.
leave.
So, look, honestly, I share your concerns. I'm really worried about, being surveilled all the time, and, it's funny being surveilled. But, because I feel it sometimes. But, the biggest thing is that I really want to make sure that we have a policy in place that's going to make our drone program probably the staple for Central Texas, right? Maybe for the region. If we can put a policy together that will protect our everyday citizens, but yet still help our law enforcement, that'll be the testament for us. But we can't get there unless we implement that policy. How do we craft that policy? I'm hoping that we're working on that really diligently and bringing it forward. I think we've led the region in a lot of things. Uber 314, the Emergency Management Command Center. We're doing a lot of things here in the city that are showing the region that we're leading edge. And I think with our policy, we can do that as well. We can be leading edge and maybe be the model for everybody else around us. But it's going to take us all working together to get that policy right and making sure we get a lot of public input. So that's what's going to be important. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Any further thoughts?
Well,
Motions?
someone needs to make the, if you guys are gonna fund the grant, someone needs to make that budget amendment.
We approved the grant. That item can come back with the drone program. We don't need to take a separate vote on the drone program.
Yeah, we can bring back the appropriation when we bring
That
back the
is
purchase of
correct.
the
It'll all-
grant.
It can all come
Drone.
back. So, any further discussion? All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember McKinney, that we approve the budget on first reading. Is there discussion on that motion? Roll call vote.
Rizzo,
Aye.
McKinney,
Aye.
Zuniga,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yes.
Tobias,
Yes, ma'am.
Harris.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up is agenda item number 38. First reading, consider approval of an ordinance ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the prior fiscal year. Mr. Mohit, you want to go through it again?
Yes, there are certain statements I have to put on record. So guys, this is the wrong one.
Are we doing 37 now?
I'm sorry, I jumped.
Oh.
All right, what did I say in my motion? Because I was writing the amendments, so when I motioned, I looked down. So I motioned to approve I think I said just the budget.
Yes.
All right, so I just read the wrong item. All right, I'm sorry, I messed that up. I'm gonna open up agenda item 37. First reading, consider approval of an ordinance of the City of Kyle adopting the ad valorem tax rate, property tax rate, 59.57 cents per $100 of taxable assessed valuation for the tax year 2025, fiscal year 25-26, which consists of a maintenance and operations M&O tax rate of 32.12 per 100 of taxable assessed valuation, and an interest and sinking fund tax rate of 27.45 per 100 of taxable assessed valuation, each of which is separately approved, providing for the levy of ad valorem taxes for use and support of the municipal government of the City of Kyle for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, providing for apportioning each tax levy for specific purposes and providing when ad valorem taxes shall become due and when same shall become delinquent if not paid. This item also has a roll call vote requested.
So Mayor and Council, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. The City Council is scheduled to vote on the first reading tonight of the ordinance to adopt the ad valorem tax rate or property tax rate at $59.57 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation for tax year 25 or fiscal year 25-26. The first of two public hearings scheduled on the city's property tax rate was held earlier today on this City Council meeting agenda. The city's ad valorem tax rates for tax year 25 are as follows. No new revenue tax rate was calculated at 0.488509 per $100. Voter approval tax rate was calculated at 0.595715 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. And this proposed tax rate is 0.57 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation. The proposed ad valorem tax rate of $59.57 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation is an increase of 0.1264 or 26.93% from the city's current adopted tax rate of 0.4693. The city's proposed tax rate of $59.57 is above the no new revenue tax rate of 0.488509 per $100. This is an increase of 0.107191 or 21.94% from the no new revenue tax rate for tax year 25. The proposed tax rate of 0.5957 per $100 of taxable assessed valuation is 0.000015 per $100, lower than the voter approval tax rate of 0.595715 per $100 for tax year 25 or fiscal year 25-26. Here's a quick summary of the tax rates. The first column is current tax rate. The next column is no new revenue tax rate, voter approval rate, and finally the proposed tax rate. Then on the left side, you have the two components of the tax rates. And then in red, you have the total property tax rate. So the current tax rate is $46.93. No new revenue tax rate is $488,509. Voter approval tax rate is $595,715. And the proposed tax rate is 0.5957. And we went over this, Mayor and Council, the average residential valuation in the tax bill. The proposed tax rate of $59.57 will result in on an average home valued at $315,422. The average tax bill will be $1,640.69, which is an increase of $304.47 from the current adopted tax rate. A complete copy of the 25 tax rate calculation worksheet is attached to this agenda item. In addition, a complete copy of the proposed budget, including property tax rate calculations, and all associated documents are available on the city's webpage. The state law requires that the motion to adopt the property tax rate must be made in a form as prescribed in the Texas Tax Code. The specific wording for the motion to adopt the tax rate has been placed in front of you, so whichever one of you would like to make that motion must read those exact words into the record. And then finally, the special notes for council. The tax rate must be adopted by 5 affirmative vote of City Council. And on the main motion, we request that a roll call vote be made. With that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on the tax rate? All right, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $59.57 per $100, which is effectively a 21.94% increase in the tax rate. Second. All right, motion by the mayor, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yes.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias, McKinney,
Yes.
Zuniga.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, next up.
Perez, hold on, was the language read
Yes, sir.
properly? Okay, cool.
All right, next
Just
up
wanted to make sure.
is agenda item number 38. First reading, consider approval of an ordinance ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the budget for fiscal year 25-26 that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the prior fiscal year. It feels like the same vote.
So, Mayor and Council, this is the last budget and tax rate related item 505. So the fiscal year 25-26 budget will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the prior budget for fiscal year 24-25. The Texas Local Government Code provides that when adoption of a budget requires raising more revenue from property taxes than in the previous year, a separate vote of the City Council must be taken to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget. So the budget vote that y'all made and the tax rate that vote that y'all made, you have to ratify those. The City Council vote under this subsection is in addition to and separate from the vote to adopt the budget or a vote to set the tax rate.
Does this require specific agenda language?
No,
Or
sir.
motions?
No, sir.
All right, is there anything else that you were required to vote, or required to say?
Roll call vote is always requested.
Motion approved. All right, motion by the mayor, second by Councilmember Rizzo. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Zuniga,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Heiser,
Yes.
Tobias,
Yes, ma'am.
McKinney,
Yes.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes. All right, it is 10:25. I'm going to do a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:35 for staff presentations.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. right, let's get back to it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send you a calendar invite. We'll just do a Teams. Is that fine?
All right, we are going to bring back up, excuse me, agenda item number 30, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager. I'm sorry, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We're going to consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract with Craftsman Commercial Playgrounds and Water Parks for splash pad repairs at La Verde Park in an amount of $286,500 plus a 5% construction contingency for a total contract amount not to exceed $300,825, excuse me, through the Buy Board Purchasing Cooperative Program. This is Ms. Truelove's item. Mr. Zuniga, you pulled the item. You have the floor.
Hi, Rosie, David. I just have a three-part question. I don't think I need to go. I've looked at the images. They look like water was down there. So we're going to replace the core parts, which is going to save us a lot of money. Is it going to function the same? And then where are we in the insurance claim, I guess, from the original manufacturer? That's kind of the first two. And then the third question is, do we have like a risk analysis of a lot of these critical components at the splash pads, Heroes Memorial, where these parts could fail and cost us money? So do we have some sort of risk analysis of most critical park features moving forward? So those three-part questions.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'll work backwards from question number 3. For other facilities, we have ongoing assessments of and analysis of various parts that go with that, but on a full-on risk analysis, we don't have that for the others. We have an idea of what our vulnerabilities are, and we keep a close pulse on those, but as far as a formal analysis, no. For the second question, for the insurance, we did get notice today that it will not be covered under the insurance, unfortunately, but it's 20% of the cost, and we have identified fiscal year savings to fully fund the project, which is good news. And on the first one, everything will be fully operational at surface level with these repairs. And actually, it'll be more efficient for staff to maintain moving forward. There was a lot of over-design with the initial one. It's like buying a Ferrari and never, being able to get it out of third gear. We're able to adequately service all three water components.
And then I guess when you do the routine checks of park areas, was it not captured like that something was occurring, damaging the
No,
the splash
it
pad?
would have been difficult to check that. With this new technology, it's going to send, the moment something fails or shows vulnerability, anything's out of sorts, it will immediately push notification to our team members. And it's a lot easier to work on because this isn't a proprietary retrofit.
Okay. Those are the questions I have, if no one else has a question.
Councilman Harris.
Thank you, David.
Yes, sir.
So the insurance was filed against our insurance policy?
It was, we filed it with TML, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Has there been any action against the original contractor on that? I mean, is there any possibility of that?
It was the components that failed were out of their warranty period. The system was very sophisticated by and large, but the override feature was the most critical point. It wasn't as sophisticated as the remainder of the system, and that's the first component that failed. The second was the pump override.
So they were originally installed properly, so there's nothing to come back against?
As far as we could tell, they were installed properly.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions, motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 30.
Second.
And thank you for finding that cost-effective method.
All right, it's been motion by Councilmember Zuniga, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve agenda item 30. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Is one of these next two more critical than the other? Brian?
I'm sorry, on 30, 9 or 40, is that the question?
Yeah, if you had to pick one.
40 is something we're going to have several action items for you on the next agenda. So yes, I think we should do item 40 first.
All right, we're
and
going
then
to
we
bring
can
up agenda item
postpone the other
40.
one.
Receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff feedback on administrative services policy updates for fiscal year 2026. Ms. Truelove, you have been nominated.
I will do my best to introduce the item. We're here tonight to give you a preview of several policies and operational items that are going to be coming forward on the September 16th council agenda. On the 16th, we will have approval of the City of Kyle core values, adoption of a new policy handbook, and adoption of an employee engagement plan. We will also have our updated procurement policy and an updated utility billing ordinance. I'm going to ask the new Director of Talent and Culture, Julie Beggs, to go through the HR-related items, and then Assistant Director Joshua Carnley will cover the procurement items.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, my name is Julie Beggs. I serve as the Director of Talent and Culture, and I want to share a couple of things that you will see on the 16th with full backup. The first is adoption and request to adopt the core values for the City of Kyle. This is an exercise we went through this year. After realizing that the current core values have been in place for almost a decade, many of our employees did not feel associated with them, they didn't connect with them, and asked if we could review them. So we went through a very comprehensive internal process, developing core values, making final recommendations, and then doing a citywide internal vote with all of our employees. So they got to choose and select those that resonate with them and their work. We then took that to a leadership team meeting and had our directors look at that and vote. And we've come up with a really nice working list that I will be happy to report to you that your employees engage with, and also are very proud to represent for the community they serve. These include visionary leadership, integrity, accountability, transparency, and teamwork. And again, you'll see we've worked with our partners in communications to help us develop some brand standards around these and the look and feel that you will see that roll out in FY 2026. The other item that you will see on the 16th, historically, we have brought to our elected body an employee policy handbook. This is a manual that has a reference guide for our employees so that we have, they can look here and find references and materials so they know exactly what our position is as a city. This year, we've made a recommendation that we want to ensure that our elected officials see every federal and state statute that would apply to us organizationally. So we have stripped that out into a policy manual that you will review and adopt, and we will adhere to as the city. But we also have noticed that there's some things in our current policy manual that are not statutes. They're just operational procedures that as an organization and as a municipality, we have chose to offer as benefits or operating processes for our workforce. So those we've recommended and hope you will support, that we will have a secondary and a complementary piece to the policy manual that you will review and consider for adoption, and that will be under the purview of our city manager as administrative directives. And so those things might include bilingual stipend pay, for example. And we may need to, as we benchmark with other cities, we're looking at what other cities are offering in those terms of benefits so that we can, again, remain a premier employer in this area. So that's the distinction. Another distinction might be on our accruals for vacation and sick. While that's not a state statute to be mandated, it's something that we watch to make sure that we are consistent with other benchmark cities around us. As it turned out, when we were going through Meet and Confer this year, we realized that our civilian employees are much lower than our sworn. And so we want to true that up with minimum hours that can be earned for those employees that may not have 5 or more years of service. So you will see those coming through as well. The city manager has directed to make sure that these administrative directives are vetted, they're clear, they're reviewed, and so we've committed to that to him as well. And then finally, one of the big discussions that come up this year with our internal employee engagement committee, this is a committee comprised of full-time employees representing each department that the city houses, and we come together at least once a month to discuss employee matters. One of the hot topics this year has been employee recognition. And so you will see on the 16th a plan that has been designed by your employees that highlights 5 areas. That is the employee of the quarter, and the employee of the year that we would like to see instituted for the organization, and those are directly related back to the core values. So these are employees that are demonstrating those core values and are voted on upon their peers. Secondly, employees really want the opportunity to recognize their own peers. So we don't have something in place right now that would allow them to go outside of their department or in their division. It's really been more structured from a supervisory perspective. So we're exploring those program logistics now. The third is to have citywide celebrations. So really like the idea of coming together for a Thanksgiving luncheon and another event either in the winter or the spring. That team is developing those recommendations now. And then finally, keeping aligned with our National Public Service Recognition Week. That's the first week in May each year. This year we launched a big event, one for financial literacy, so that we would provide information to our employees on how they can use their money to earn more for them, and included, finally, we wrapped up the end of the week with a pancake breakfast at the PSC, which was highly attended and very well received. So that will also be in the recognition plan that you'll see on the 16th. So with that, if there's no questions for me, I will turn to my colleague Joshua Cronley. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Just real quick, on the 180 days, that's every level, starting from the lower tier employee to the executive level?
The 120 hours?
Was it 120? I'm sorry.
That's
I'm getting
120
late.
hours.
My bad.
That's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay. So right now, civilian employees are earning 80 hours a year.
Correct.
And it's just really low in this region.
Yeah.
So this will be a minimum. Depending on your tenure and your longevity with the city, that number could increase no more than a maximum of 200 hours per year, and that's with 20 years of service.
Okay, and I love this. One reason why is I'm a big fan of our employees, making sure they have quality time with their families. That keeps your employees happy. It keeps, for mental health, it's just important to have that time off. I know I have, I think I'm at 5 weeks a year right now with my company, and that's probably going to increase as I'm transitioning to my new role, but it's important to have those days off. I mean, because you work, and to be able to take off time with your family, it reminds you on why you're working like that, and why you want to excel and want to be a better employee, right? So it's great. So thank you for looking into this and increasing those days. It really makes me a lot happy to see our employees being taken care of. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Good evening, City Council. My name is Joshua Cronley. I'm the Assistant Director for Finance. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some organizational structural changes that you guys have undertaken in the past year. So I'm going to start with kind of caveating that 2025 was the year of building. We didn't have a centralized procurement division. We didn't have a centralized communication portal, and we didn't have really any structural manuals behind the P card utilization. I mean, there were some existing documents, but none of it was looked at from an organizational standpoint. And so we've done a lot in the last year, and this next year we have some really exciting things coming up, but I kind of want to highlight a few of those. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is the procurement portal. I know many of you have already gone out to our city website, but if you went to cityofkyle.com/purchasing, you could go out and view our new OpenGov web portal. This is a great communication or a great procurement platform for a department that allows us to get our bids and jobs out to as many individuals as possible. This is probably some of the reason we're seeing increased competition on our bids, and hopefully will continue to drive prices lower. It also allows for central management of the procurement from cradle to grave, including contract management, and that's a feature that we'll be unveiling in 2026. So we're very excited to see where this thing goes. Next, I want to talk a little bit about the P card changes that the employees have gone through, and then I'll talk briefly about how we'd like to try to bring some of these changes to the city council policy as well. But internally for city employees, we've totally overhauled the way that we handle the procurement cards or purchase cards. We now have much tighter controls. We're utilizing the Wells Fargo expense management system. It's called Expensify, and it allows employees to real-time manage their receipts so that we don't have that lag or that ability to lose those receipts. And it also makes coding and transaction tracking just so much more easy. And this actually will directly interface with our financial management system. So this is data that we're going to be bringing into our financial management system so that we can track it across the board. We've also implemented some strict purchasing thresholds, just to align with state laws so that we're ensuring that every purchase that we make on these cards is compliant with those rules and regulations. And we've also negotiated an incredibly strong rebate, actually stronger than the last 2 cities that I've worked for. And we're getting between 195 and 210 basis points back on all the purchases we make on our cards. So getting almost 2% back for everything we purchase is pretty good in the municipal world. These changes and this new expense manager we think is very useful for everyone. We know currently the council has their own P-card policy, and so we would like to bring back some updates to that policy. Just because your current policy is very prescriptive in how you do things, we'd like to modify that so that we could utilize the new system so that you all could have access to this, or at least through the city secretary's office have access to this so that you guys can itemize and upload your receipts just like the rest of staff. We hope to be bringing these back to you in early 2026 when the system is in full production, and of course training will be provided at that time.
And it'll still be, what do you call it, very transparent, correct? We'll still be putting everything out monthly?
Absolutely. We'd still generate all the reports that currently exist. We're not proposing to remove any of that. We're just trying to change the process in which you guys submit things to make it easier for you. I know it can be a big pain as somebody who has dealt with P-cards for about 8 years. Thermal paper is not very friendly. It goes black in your pocket, or it gets wet, and it's really difficult to deal with. And so collecting those receipts at the end of the month can be very difficult. So this will allow people to do it real time as they're making their expenses by uploading it via the app.
Nice.
And then we won't have to worry about holding onto those paper receipts. We'll have digital copies of all of those.
That's great. It actually makes it more transparent than in real time. That's great. Thank you.
Exactly. The other change I'm here to talk to you about is something that you guys are going to be voting on in the very near future, but HB 4747 passed and effective yesterday. This bill changes the competitive threshold across municipalities from $50,000 to $100,000. That is something that hadn't been updated since 1999, and so when we built our purchasing policy, we built it in as a staple. So we're not bringing back remarkable changes in our policy, but we would like to update that to align with the new state laws. And we feel like this is going to help everyone because it's gonna mean that you guys get to focus on the big picture and not some of the menial items that have to flow through. So action on September 16th, we're going to be bringing back an approval to try to align Brian's basically delegated authority from you with this state law. And we're also going to bring back that updated procurement policy, which is going to also reflect those threshold changes. This is not going to change any of the controls we have in place. We're not loosening any of those. All of those strong controls are in place, and we plan to continue ensuring that that report of contracts approved by the manager ends up on our website as it is today. And last, I'd like to talk about the utility billing ordinance. So we've heard a lot of feedback that the utility billing ordinance is probably dated. It was last built in 2007 when Kyle was a much smaller city. And so as its population has grown and our service has expanded, we need to modify that ordinance to try to make it more friendly to both our residents and for staff's ability to enforce certain things. Right now, there are a lot of nuances to how we operate that are not written in stone, and so we would like to carve those out in an updated policy with you all to make sure we can clarify responsibilities on both sides of the lines there. We also have a future plan to try to work with other organizations in our area on the utility bill to combine that so that, calling it Operation One Bill, but basically we want to work with our regional water providers and cut down on the number of bills we have going to each one of our residents and hopefully have them bill for all the services in that area.
Are you suggesting that they collect for us?
That is,
or that we collect for them?
That both are on the table. We're going to have that discussion. It would come back for your vote. It's not something we're going to do on our own.
Okay. I mean, I would just say that if there's a choice, we collect for them would be preferred. I understand that it's more money, but we're better at collections than probably they are. I'm thinking of our TDS contract and how we collect the trash services and on their behalf.
primarily
And that's proven to be very beneficial to us to do that.
It's primarily around sewer services. It's very difficult because somebody can start water service in an area that we don't know that they have. That we provide sewer. And if we don't get a notification for them starting trash service, we actually don't know anybody's hooked up to our sewer line. And so there can be a lag or a discrepancy. And so it actually probably would benefit us either way, but we would be able to perform that analysis and bring that back for you.
Well, I guess I'm just saying if we allow for all these other jurisdictions to collect money that where they have to give us a cut of that, there's just a loss of control there. And so if we're gonna do that, we need to have some pretty tight boundaries around that. And my preference, I don't think I'll be here, but at least for the council to consider, would be not giving that up and offering to take on that administrative service. And what we get in return for that is control, and we get to collect the money, and we are more responsible than, half a dozen small water providers. We are a large city. So just my thoughts on it.
Well, in addition to that, it's more accountability. We know what they're billing and what they're collecting. And if they are just doing their own billings, we really don't know that.
Yeah, I think that's where my concern is at, are we really getting our full, allocation of that? Or are they, somehow, manipulating the numbers? That scares me when I'm allowing someone else to do that. That's kind of worrisome. I think our staff would probably be better at collecting the dollars in. So just, that'd be a little.
All right, yeah, we'll definitely, put together a full analysis and bring that back.
We'll
for you
analyze
guys.
it and come back and give you recommendations of how to proceed.
And so with that, that basically covers everything that you guys will be seeing on the 16th. The core values, the personnel policy, employee recognition plan, procurement policy update, aligning the threshold with the new state law, and then an updated utility billing ordinance. I stand by for any other questions you might have.
All right.
Really excited about the employees coming out and giving their feedback on the core values. That was pretty amazing to get the input from everyone. And yeah, I guess 10 years for me, because I'm an old guy, it's nothing. It's just when you said a decade, I was like, well, that's nothing, right? But I guess it is quite a bit of time. And we've had a lot of, employees transition and in and out of the city. So it's great to see it updated, and a good job of getting all the feedback from the employees. I know it's not an easy task, so thank you. And then also the 120 days, that's also making sure that our employees are taken care of. And I think it's a mental thing. It definitely makes a better employee, so thank you.
All right, anyone else? Yeah, I'll say that, I wasn't here when we adopted our core values. They were adopted right before I got here, but I absorbed them. So those core values that we're getting rid of that's from my generation, and they are very near and dear to my heart for a lot of reasons. But I think what you said is very important, Julie, that it's not about, it's about getting the buy-in, right? And so the staff needs to be able to, as the transition happens, to believe in them the way I believed in the old ones. And so I'm happy to see them move on, even if I'm sad to see them. I'm happy to see y'all move forward collectively as a group, even if I'm sad to see the old ones leave. I mean, it had the greatest acronym of all time. I mean, I'm just saying there were some great things about it.
I think it's very clever. Still got comments. I thought that was clever.
It's very clever. So maybe your posters above Annette's desk, if those are still there and you're gonna throw them away or something, maybe just set them in my office and I'll get some tissues and think about what I'm leaving behind. Councilman Hauser.
Yeah, the utility billing assistance program that we passed a while back but haven't actually executed yet, is that something that needs to be re-upped along with this ordinance change or update?
We are building some language into the ordinance that basically gives us authority if we were to establish a program to work closely with a third-party agency or those kinds of things. So we hopefully won't have to come back to amend the policy again. And that is something that we're actively trying to work towards. We've approached a number of agencies to try to find partners. So if you guys know of any, please let us know.
I think ACM
Yeah,
has.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Heiser, apart from the updates to the policy, we are actively rebuilding that program and bringing it back to council in the next month for evaluation. It's what we went out for. It didn't completely fit what we were trying to do, so we're going to retool it, probably bring it in-house, and then bring it back to council so that staff can execute it and drive it forward.
All right. Well, I look forward to that update. Thank you very much for your hard work.
I like to say that I'm glad y'all are bringing it in-house. I think it'll have better oversight, so I'm glad y'all are considering that.
All right, anyone else? Anything to add? All right, we'll look forward to seeing that come back. All right, we're gonna do the other one since that one went quickly, but we're gonna wait on the Christmas. All right, next up is agenda item 39, receive a report, hold discussion, provide staff feedback on communication department's activities, including updates on the new Kyle, Texas News website, City of Kyle website, annual report, social media strategy, and refreshed templates. Ms. Klepper.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Linda Klepper. I am the Chief Communications Officer for the City of Kyle. I am here this evening just to run through a discussion and provide some overview of some new initiatives and some activities that the Communications Department's been working on. I recently joined the team 4 months ago, and so some of these things the team already had underway, and then some of these things we've started in the 4 months that I've been here. We're going to share how we're going to start using these tools to hopefully better communicate with our residents in a manner that is helpful and beneficial for them, and share a little bit more about our Kyle staff and all the team work that's happening to provide great services and programs to our residents, as well as speaking to the infrastructure projects that are happening in our community to hopefully provide more convenience for our residents. So some current initiatives that I'm going to cover this evening: our new City of Kyle website, our brand refresh, Kyle TX News website launch, our annual report, and then how we're streamlining our strategy and tone on social media, and then how we're going to use data-driven communications to help improve our outreach and hopefully reach as many residents as we can. So this is a sneak peek of our cityofkyle.com website. We are undergoing a redesign right now. Currently, the City of Kyle website is about 10 years old, and best practices are that it should be refreshed every few years. And so we're going to be doing that, and we'll be launching this in October. So this is just a snapshot of the homepage, but we are still in development with this, and our goal is going to be helping residents get to where they need in 2 clicks or less. Oftentimes, if residents have to navigate around on the website, they're going to exit, they're going to leave, and they're going to end up calling somebody or emailing somebody. We want to prevent those extra steps from happening. We want to create convenience, and so we want to give them what they need in 2 clicks or less. We're also going to be updating with a modern user-friendly interface. We're going to be looking at the navigation, and so some of the navigation may change, but when we launch that, we'll be communicating about where folks can find things, and really it should be built, the navigation should be built in a way that makes sense for the public. Not necessarily maybe for our internal folks who are very close to things and they know exactly where everything goes, but we have to think about it from that public perspective where they may not know what department handles what sort of concern or complaint or service. We're also going to be improving accessibility. That's a initiative that we'll be doing with all of our online digital tools. The federal government changed their regulations as far as accessibility, and that goes into effect for cities of our size starting in April of 2026. And so this new website will meet those website accessibility standards. We also recently did a brand refresh. This is a visual brand refresh. And so we didn't change the city's logo. We didn't adjust anything with the Kyle K mark. Instead, what we did is we adjusted the colors a little bit, and I'm sure you guys noticed that when we did the redesign on the weekly report. We recently redesigned that, and then we are working on redesigning other templates such as this presentation that I am using. So this will be the new presentation style that departments will use. It plays more into the blue and the yellow versus the red and the green. And so we have some new memos and PowerPoints, templates that are going to be available to staff on our SharePoint site that we created. So this will be an internal website where city staff can get access to our logos, to our templates. Everything is housed in one central location that's easily accessible for all city employees. And then our Kyle TX News website, we just recently launched this. This is basically a blog-style community newsletter, but in a website format. So lots of cities have different versions of a newsletter, whether it's an email newsletter or a print newsletter that's mailed to every household. This is just that, but it is in a website format, and we call it Kyle TX News. Marco, if you're ready, I want to show oh, there we go. All right. So this is a look at the Kyle TX News website. It is produced by the communications department. We create stories based on things that are happening in the city. We just recently did the ribbon cutting at Steeplechase, and so we're highlighting the work that was done there. The Parks Department replaced the playground equipment, and we wanted to acknowledge that and celebrate that. We also have our Kyle Uber 314 program. The study is out right now for public input, so we did a story on that, trying to bring attention to that study and have folks participate in it. And so we're highlighting a number of different things. We have different categories, whether it's city news, city projects, life in Kyle, or public safety. And so this will continue to evolve and develop as staff uses it, as we get feedback from the public. But our goal here is to really provide in-depth education for residents about services, programs, and things that are happening in the city of Kyle. We have a website. It doesn't generally lend itself to a lot of in-depth background information. It's a great place where you can find services quickly and easily, but maybe not learn about the background. And same as social media. Social media really rewards, the algorithm rewards shorter, more concise bites, and we needed somewhere where we could tell longer, more in-depth pieces about what was happening in Kyle. Okay, Marco, you can transfer back to the presentation.
I just want to say I'm really excited about this Kyle, Texas News. Actually, I was talking to a gentleman the other day, and his father's a city council member at another city, and always tells him about Kyle, what's going on in Kyle. He's like, I don't even know. So I texted him the link of Kyle, Texas News, and he jumped on and he says, oh, wow, now I can tell my dad about Kyle, the city I live in. So great job on it. I'm really excited about it. I love the website.
Yep, staff did a great job. They really helped make sure that the branding came through, and they're setting a regular posting cadence to make sure that the information stays fresh weekly, daily. And so they're really digging in on this. We have a lot of great, talented staff, and so they've been able to focus some of their efforts on this.
Yeah, I've already gotten a lot of positive feedback.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you. We hope that continues, and then we hope we get feedback to help us improve it as well. We're not shy about that. Our annual report is also underway, so this will be the city's first annual report that we will be providing. It'll be a printed publication that we'll be handing out at City Fest, and essentially it will be a print publication that folks can flip through to see the latest accomplishments from the past year, and it's designed to be a transparency tool as well as engagement tool. Bring them in with photos and nice visuals, but also share that important information that is helpful for them. And then with social media, we're working on streamlining our strategy and our tone. We are centralizing a lot of our social media within the communications department. And so we assist the Parks Department with posting on their channels as well as the library. And so with centralization of that, we maintain a consistent voice and branding. We also are going to be leveraging trends. I don't know if you guys saw the Taylor Swift post, but there is a reason, there is a strategy behind why we share those types of posts, and it's because the algorithm responds in a positive way. So it's basically a boost in our reach. And so if the algorithm says, oh, this page is posting things that people want to see, then they will amplify our other posts. And so it gains reach as well for those important topics. And so we want to leverage it. We want to be engaging and leverage those trends while also making sure that we're getting that important information out there and we're getting as many eyes on it as possible. And so we also want to make sure our tone across these various platforms is appropriate. So social media, it's a little more fun, it's a little more friendly, it's relaxed. Kyle TX News, we want it to be neighborly, as if you're talking to your neighbor and you're learning about these services and programs. And the city website, it's more formal, it's official, it should be a reflection of city staff, as if you were walking into City Hall. And then our e-newsletter, which we are also in the process of redesigning, and we just launched that last Friday, has a marketing tone, right? We're trying to get people to take action by clicking in different areas because we're trying to see what interests them. What stories did we share in the newsletter that you want to read more about? What do you want to learn more about? And then how can we share that information on our other platforms? Oops. And that leads me to the data-driven communications. And so a lot of these initiatives, they go back to what the residents have been telling us. And so you guys recently completed a citizen satisfaction survey in April, and the #1 way that people are informed about the city of Kyle is on social media. So that needs to be something that we maintain. It needs to be something that we continue to look at and improve to make sure that our reach is as strong as it can be.
Scary. Social media is not the best place for getting your news.
So to that point, the second question there, and that data pulled from the community survey, shows that their preference is actually the city website. They would prefer to get it from the city website. And so that's why we're redesigning the website. That's why we're going to be looking at the navigation, because this is the tool they're saying, hey, we're using social media right now, but we'd rather be using your website. And so we want to make that better for residents and improve their experience there. The second way that they prefer is social media. So we can't leave that one behind, but we need to make sure we focus on both.
It's great that we do, because there's so much misinformation on social media, so much negativity, right? But if, as a city, if we're putting out the positives, it's great and real information, right? So that's important as well. But we'll have somebody, because there's going to be questions on social media. Will there be somebody to respond to those questions with?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, our strategy is to try to get in the comments a little bit more, and we're improving that as we go. And so yes, we do want staff to be engaging in those comments. Now, sometimes people are going to post their opinion, and it's not really for us to comment on, right?
Yes.
Everybody kind of
Yeah,
has.
that is super tricky.
Everybody's going to have an opinion,
So-
right? But if there is a concern, if there is a question, if somebody doesn't understand something and we want to provide that education, then we should be getting in there and responding.
Send them a link where they could find the information and do the research themselves so they can get the real data, right? So that'll be
Yes,
important.
absolutely. And our website analytics, we're going to be looking at that to make sure that we are providing a website platform that people are using. What's our bounce rate? How quickly are people exiting from the site? Are they getting there in 2 clicks or less? So we're going to be looking at all of the Google Analytics on the new site to make sure that we're staying on top of that, as well as the e-newsletter metrics. Like I mentioned, we're redesigning that, but we're redesigning it in a way that we can see where people are clicking, see where their interests are, and we're using all of these tools to reach different audiences, and different audiences are going to clue into different tools, and that's why we have a variety of them. 311 also recently got added into the communications department. I'm really excited about this. 311 has a lot of synergy with communications. They are a front-facing division, and we want to identify, hey, what are those calls y'all are getting called about? Like, where's that website information? Why are people not finding it? And then we need to work on improving that. And vice versa. If something concerning is coming up, 311 might want to know because they're going to get calls. So we're going to be looping them on those things as well. So moving forward with these tools, ultimately we're trying to increase transparency and accessible government. We're delivering multiple touch points to reach the diverse audiences because everybody is not on every platform, and strengthen the city identity through consistent branding, which ultimately, if we're able to do all of that, we're going to build more trust with our residents. So I'm happy to take any questions or feedback.
Councilmember Tobias.
Wow, I didn't know that social media had misinformation.
Well, so
I mean, that's new to me. I mean,
it didn't say where they get their news from
I
on
believe,
social media.
I believe everything I read, you know, and like taking it for a grain of salt. Wow, that's amazing. TV programming, have y'all thought about that?
Yes, so that is also underway, and with our Kyle TX News, actually we have a staff meeting tomorrow to sort of bounce around ideas for like a minute news flash sort of video that would come out every week, and it would highlight the stories of the week in like a digestible bite-sized 20-second clip and encourage people to go to Kyle TX News for more information. In addition to that, we are building out a studio light is what I will call it, in our new location with the Parks Department. We have a studio area, and we are working with purchasing to procure some equipment that the video team will be using to establish some regular video programming. So that'll be ways that we continue to sort of share educational material. We'll have like, I think we're envisioning a parks sort of segment that highlights all of the development, the programs, the services. We also want to have maybe some infrastructure background and share stories about the Kyle Road bonds that are happening, the wastewater treatment plant expansion, stormwater as well. And so we are working on developing out some series that would come out in regular cadence that people can anticipate and expect, that will give that education in a visual way, not just through the written form.
Exactly, because there's, you know, there's the people that are on social media, which is probably like 95% of people or maybe less, but then there's those that do watch TV programming and those that are hearing impaired and also that just want to be able to see some kind of programming. And it'd be neat to be able to like put on Channel 10 and say at 2:00, you know, a rundown of the road bond open house we had a couple years ago, to a wastewater program, to a park celebration, whatever. And it just kind of gives feedback of what it is. And of course, we have our meetings and so forth. But it gives a time schedule and then also new updated information, especially like this, on how to navigate and use it. You can do it in English and in Spanish and so forth. It'd be pretty neat.
Yeah, so great ideas, and we're going to be working towards that.
And one of the things that we'll also be able to offer is on Kyle Radio. You know, we're looking forward to that partnership that we can play all of those things.
Yes.
And have a whole different way of communicating with the public online and on air.
Yep, those are going to be exciting things for the staff to tackle. These were the few things that we've been working on over the last few months, but definitely we're not slowing down, and we'll be continuing to expand our toolbox.
To the TV programming, you go back to, like, say, our budget conversations, you know, could just be a clip of it, you know, that they could show instead of showing the whole meeting. It'll just have a recap or something like that, and just bullet points of the meetings and so forth, planning and zoning and so forth, everything else.
The problem is how do you get infrastructure and road bonds to go viral? You know, I'm pretty sure that algorithms are set to just crush it if the word infrastructure. Infrastructure.
We have ideas.
Well,
we have ideas.
Yeah, it's all about storytelling. So people care about roads, but they need stories. And so like pulling out the stories that will move people and figuring out the right way to package it, I think is a great and noble goal. So it's something that, you know, we've tried at various different points and times to do, but I've seen a noticeable improvement in the social media game. I question, I understand the Taylor Swift. I saw you did it, and then I think Buda did it right afterwards. They were like, oh, look, Taylor Swift or whatever. But I'm not sure that, you know, like the question is, how do you put the two together? You know, like it's not that you're trying to get some national, you know, thing to lift your others, but it's like, how do you find the best of what you have that can then also, you know, have wide reach And so I look forward to seeing y'all just crush it. I know you're already doing a great job. Thank you for not changing our logo, though.
No, we weren't
Don't,
doing
please don't
that.
change that till
We're
at
just
least
really
until I'm
changing
gone.
a few
So I love
colors,
that logo.
really, and yeah. So,
Yeah. All right. Anyone else? Any additional thoughts? All right.
thank you.
Great job on the Cal News, is great. Really
Thank you.
excited about the new website, it's amazing.
Yes, we're excited about that, and we're excited to launch that in another month or so.
I'm already sharing it everywhere.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you. All right. Do y'all want to be done? Motion to adjourn?